cut version of this video with everything that I
I'd like to welcome people to Introduction to Psychology. My name is Dr. Paul Bloom, and I'm the professor for this course. If you haven't yet picked up a syllabus from the front of the class, please raise your hand. Are we at a syllabi? Oh, please raise your hand, and one of the teaching fellows will bring it to you if you don't yet have a syllabus. The syllabus is also available on this website. This website will become important to you should you choose to take this class. It will include the syllabus, which will occasionally be revised well in advance. Also, all of the class material will be on this site, including copies of the slides I'm presenting, including these slides right now, practice exams, and any details on the written assignments. So you'll need to use this website regularly to keep in touch with the course. Today will be a short class. What I just want to do today is orient you, tell you what this course is about. I know this is shopping period, and I want to give you a good sense of what you'd be in for if you took this course. I want to go over the style of the classes, the evaluation, the readings, and so on. And then give some examples of some of the specific topics that we'll be covering. But before I get started, I have to point out something a little bit unusual about this class. We are being filmed. This course is one of 7 courses chosen to begin the Yale University Open Educational Resources Video Lecture Project. And what this means is that when the year is over, these videos will be available on the internet free for anybody who wants to see them. And ideally will be accessed by people across many different countries, some who would not normally have access to a university education. I see this as a good and honorable use of Yale's resources, and of course it's also part of Yale's plan for world domination. So because of this, a Yale University production team from the Center of Media Initiatives is going to be taping all the class lectures, and they're up there. The idea is that this should be as unobtrusive as possible, and the classroom experience should essentially be the same as if they're not there. So it's their intention to tape the lectures, to tape me and sometimes the slides, but not tape your faces or voices. So we're not having you sign release forms. 2 things. One thing is, personally, I have to remind myself not to use profanity because children may be watching, so I'll try not to do that. There's also another complexity. If you are in front row, or the second row, or the third row, it is possible that some part of your head, your back, or even your face might end up on film. If you are in the witness protection program, or you're some sort of fugitive, you probably don't want to sit in the front row. I'll give them, if people want to unobtrusively kind of slide back, that's fine as I'm talking. Okay, we're ready. So, I'd like to welcome people to this course, Introduction to Psychology. My name is Dr. Paul Bloom. I'm professor of this course. And what this is going to be is a comprehensive introduction to the study of the human mind. So we're going to cover a very, very wide range of topics, including brains, children, language, sex, memory, madness, disgust, racism, and love, and many others. We're going to talk about things like the proper explanation for differences between men and women. The question of whether animals can learn language. The puzzle of what grosses us out. The problem of why some of us eat too much and what we could do to stop. The question of why people go crazy in groups. Research into whether you can trust your childhood memories. Research into why some of us get depressed and others don't. The style of this is there'll be 2 lectures a week. As well as course readings. Now, to do well in the course, you have to attend both the lectures and do the readings. There will be some overlap. In some cases, the lectures will be quite linked to the readings, but there will be some parts of the readings that will not find their way into the lectures, and some lectures, some entire lectures, that will not connect at all to the readings. So, to pursue this course properly, you have to do both. What this means is that if you miss a class, you need to get notes. And so you should get them from a friend or from the person sitting next to you. The slides are going to be made available online. So one of the things you don't have to do is you don't have to write this down. You take notes any way you choose, but if you don't get anything on there, it'll be available online. I'm going to post it in a format which will be black and white and easy to print out. So you don't have to worry about this. But again, attending to the slides is not a substitute for attending class. There's a textbook, Peter Gray's Psychology, 5th edition. And there's also a collection of short readings. The Norton Reader, edited by Gary Marcus. It's an excellent textbook, it's an excellent collection, and you should get them both. They're available at Labyrinth Bookstore on York Street, or you can get them online. I should note that last time I taught the course, I used the Marcus Reader. And when Professor Marvin Chun taught his course last semester, he used Peter Gray's 5th edition textbook. So there may be a lot of used copies floating around. You should feel free to try to get one of those. The evaluation goes like this. There is a midterm and there's a final. The final will not be held in the exam period because I like to take long vacations. It will be held the last day of class. The exams will be multiple choice and short answer, fill in the blank, that sort of thing. Prior to the exams, I will post previous exams online, so you have a feeling for how these exams work and so on. There will also be review sessions. Starting at the beginning of the 3rd week of class, that is not next week, but the week after, on Monday, each Monday, I'm going to put up a brief question or set of questions which you have to answer. And your answers need to be sent to your teaching fellow, and you'll be given a teaching fellow, assigned one, by Friday. This is not meant to be difficult. It's not meant to be more than 5-10 minutes of work. But the point of the question, 15-20 minutes of work. But the point of the question is to motivate people to keep up with the material and do the readings. These questions will be marked pass-fail. I expect most everybody to pass all of the questions. But it's just to keep you on track and keep you going. There's a book review, a short book review to be written towards near the end of the class. I'll give details about that later on in the semester. And there's also an experimental participation requirement. And next week I'll hand out a piece of paper describing the requirement. The point of the requirement is to give you all experience actually seeing what psychological research is about, as well as to give us hundreds of subjects to do our experiments on. The issue sometimes comes up as to how to do well in the course. Here's how to do well. Attend all the classes, keep up with the readings. Ideally, keep up with the readings before you come to class. And one thing I would strongly suggest is to form some sort of study groups, either formally or informally. Have people you could talk to when the prior to the exams, or she's patting somebody next to her. I hope you know him. And in fact, what I'm going to do, not this class, because it's shopping period, I don't know who's coming next class or what, but I'll set up a few minutes prior at the beginning of class for people just to introduce themselves to the person next to them, so they have some sort of resource in the class. Now, this is a large class, and if you don't do anything about it, it can be very anonymous. And some of you may choose to pursue it that way, and that's totally fine. But what I would suggest you do is establish some contact with us, either with me or with any of the teaching fellows, and I'll introduce the teaching fellows sometime next week. You could talk to us at the beginning or the end of class. Unless there's special circumstances, I always try to come at least 10 minutes early, and I'm willing to stay late to talk to people. You could come by during my office hours, which are on the syllabus, and you could send me email and set up an appointment. I'm very willing to talk to students about intellectual ideas, about course problems, and so on. And if you see me at some point just on campus, you can introduce yourself. And I'd like to meet people from this class. So again, I want to stress, you have the option of staying anonymous in this class, but you also have the option of seeking out and making some sort of contact with us. Okay. That's the formal stuff of the course. What's this course about? Unlike a lot of other courses, some people come to intro psychology with some unusual motivations. Maybe you're crazy and hope to become less crazy. Maybe you want to learn how to study better, improve your sex life, interpret your dreams, and win friends and influence people. Those are not necessarily bad reasons to take this course. And with the exception of the sex part, this course might actually help you out with some of these things. The study of scientific psychology has a lot of insights of real-world relevance to real problems that we face in our everyday lives. And I'm going to try, and when these issues come up, I'm going to try to stress and make you try to think about the extent to which the laboratory research I'll be talking about can affect your everyday life. How you study, how you interact with people, how you might try to persuade somebody of something else. What sort of therapy works best for you? But the general goals of this course are actually, I think, even more interesting than that. What I want to do is provide a state-of-the-art introduction to the most important topic that there is. Us. How the human mind works, how we think, what makes us what we are. And we'll be approaching this from a range of directions. So traditionally, psychology is often broken up into the following, into 5 sub-areas. Neuroscience, which is the study of the mind by looking at the brain. Developmental, which is the area which I focus mostly on, which is trying to learn about how people develop and grow and learn. Cognitive, which is the one term of the 5 that might be unfamiliar to some of you, but it refers to a sort of computational approach to studying the mind, often viewing the mind on analogy with a computer and looking at how people do things like understand language, recognize objects, play games, and so on. There is social, which is the study of how people act in groups, how people act with other people. And there is clinical, which is maybe the aspect of psychology that people think of immediately when they hear psychology, which is the study of mental health and mental illness. And we'll be covering all of those areas. We'll also be covering a set of related areas. I am convinced that you cannot study the mind solely by looking at the discipline of psychology. The discipline of psychology spills over to issues of how the mind has evolved. Economics and game theory are now an essential tools for understanding human thought and human behavior. There's issues connecting to philosophy, computer science, anthropology, literature, theology, and many, many other domains. So this course will be wide-ranging in that sense. At this point, I've been speaking in generalities, so I want to close this introductory class by giving 5 examples of the sorts of topics we'll be covering. And I'll start the topic that we'll be covering next week on Monday. The brain. This is a brain. In fact, it's a specific person's brain. And what's interesting about the brain is that little white mark there. It's her brain. It's Terry Schiavo's brain. You recognize her more from pictures like that. And what a case like this, where somebody is in a coma, is without consciousness, as a result of damage to their brain, is a stark illustration of the physical nature of mental life. The physical basis for everything that we normally hold dear, like free will, consciousness, morality, and emotions. And that's what we'll begin the course with, talking about how a physical thing can give rise to mental life. We'll talk a lot about children. This is actually a specific child. It's my son Zachary, a younger son, dressed up as Spider-Man, but it is Halloween. No, it's not Halloween. Oh. Now, more to say about that. I studied child development for a living, and I'm interested in several questions. So one question is just a question of development. Everybody in this room can speak and understand English. Everybody in this room has some understanding of how the world works, how physical things behave. Everybody in this room has some understanding of other people and how people behave. And the question that preoccupies developmental psychologists is, how do we come to have this knowledge? And in particular, how much of it is hardwired, built in, innate, and how much of it is a product of culture, of language, of schooling. And developmental psychologists use many ingenious methods to try to pull these apart and try to figure out what are the basic components of human nature. There's also the question of continuity. To what extent is Zachary at that age going to be that way forever? To what extent is your fate sealed? To what extent could, if I were to meet you when you were 5 years old, I could describe the way you are now? The poet William Wordsworth wrote, "The child is father to the man." And what this means is that you can see within every child the adult he or she will become. We will look and ask the question whether this is true. Is it true for your personality? Is it true for your interest? Is it true for your intelligence? Another question having to do with development is what makes us the way we are. We're different in a lot of ways. The people in this room differ according to their taste in food. They differ according to their IQs, whether they're aggressive or shy, whether they're attracted to males, females, both or neither, whether they're good at music, whether they're politically liberal or conservative. Why are we different? What's the explanation for why we're different? And again, this could be translated in terms of a question of genes and environment. To what extent are things the result of the genes we possess? To what extent are our individual natures the result of how we were raised? And to what extent are they best explained in terms of an interaction? One common theory, for instance, is that we are shaped by our parents. This was best summarized most famously by the British poet Philip Larkin, who wrote, they mess you up, your mom and dad. They may not mean to, but they do. They fill you with the faults they had and add some extra just for you. Is he right? It's very controversial. It's been a series of a huge controversy in the popular culture to the extent to which parents matter. And this is an issue which will preoccupy us for much of the course. A different question. What makes somebody attractive? And this can be asked at all sorts of levels, but a simple level is, what makes for a pretty face? So these are, according to ratings, very attractive faces. They are not the faces of real people. What's on the screen are computer-generated faces of a Caucasian male and a Caucasian female who don't exist in the real world. But through using this sort of computer generation and then asking people what they think of this face, what they think of that face, scientists have come to some sense as to what really makes a face attractive, both within cultures and across cultures. And that's something which we're going to devote some time to when we talk about social behavior, and in particular when we talk about sex. Not all attractiveness, not all beauty, of course, is linked to sex. So pandas, for instance, like this panda, are notoriously cute. And I don't have anything to say about it, really. It's just a cute picture. Morality. It is extremely central to our lives. And a deep question which we will struggle with throughout most of the course is the question of good and evil, evil and good. These three pictures exemplify different sorts of evil, what you can call institutional evil, by somebody behaving cruelly towards somebody else, perhaps not due to malice, but because of the situation that she's in. It has the picture of Osama bin Laden, a mass murderer driven by political cause. And then there's this guy on the bottom. Anybody know who he is? Ted Bundy. Who got that? Film that, man. No. Ted Bundy. Exactly. And that's like, before we get into the technical stuff, that's like crazy evil. And we're gonna have to come to terms with why some people are like that. And again, the same situation comes up. Is it part of your nature to be good or bad? Or is it largely due to the situation that you fall in? And there's a lot of some quite spectacular experiments that try to tease that apart. If we're going to talk about evil, we should also talk about good. These are pictures of two notoriously good men, Oscar Schindler and Paul Rusesabagina, each who at different times in history saved the lives of many, many people at great risk to themselves. Schindler in the Holocaust, and then the other guy in because I can't pronounce his name, Rusesabagina, in Rwanda. And they both had real good movies made about them. And so, but what's interesting with these cases is you couldn't have predicted ahead of time that they would be heroes. And one personal issue within any of us is, what would we do in such situations? Finally, throughout this course, we will discuss mental illness. Now, towards the end of the class, I want to devote a full week to discussing major disorders like depression and anxiety, because of their profound social importance. Such disorders are reasonably common in college students. Many people in this room are currently suffering from a mood disorder, an anxiety disorder, or both. And I won't ask for a show of hands, but I know a lot of people in this room are on some form of medication for this disorder. And we'll discuss the current research in why people get these disorders and what's the best way to make them better. But I also have a weakness for the less common mental disorders that I think tell us something really interesting about mental life. So when we talk about memory, for instance, we'll talk about disorders in memory, including some disorders that keep you from forming new memories, as well as disorders of amnesia, where you forget the past. And these are extraordinarily interesting for all sorts of reasons. Early in the course, in fact, I think next week, we will discuss, later on in the course, middle of the semester, we will discuss the amazing case of Phineas Gage. Phineas Gage was a construction worker about 100 years ago. Due to an explosion, a metal pipe went through his head like so. Miraculously, he was not killed. In fact, his friends, it went through his head, ended up 100 feet away, covered with brains and blood. And Phineas Gage sat down and said, oh. And then on the way to the hospital, they stopped by a pub, have some cider. He was not blind, he was not deaf, he was not retarded, but something else happened to him. He lost his sense of right and wrong. He lost his control. He used to be a hard-working family man. After the accident, he lost all of that. He couldn't hold a job. He couldn't stay faithful to his wife. He couldn't speak for 5 minutes without cursing. He got into fights. He got into brawls. He got drunk. He lost his control. He ended up on a circus sideshow, traveling through the country with the big steel pipe that went through his head. And this is, again, an extraordinary example of how the brain can give rise to the mind, and how things that go wrong with the brain can affect you in a serious way. We'll discuss cases of multiple personality disorder, where people have more than one personality, and also discuss the debate over whether such cases are true or not, whether they can be taken as a real phenomena or a made-up phenomena, which is just a matter of a lot of controversy. And then we'll even discuss some rarer cases. Like Capgras syndrome. Capgras syndrome is typically, there's hundreds of cases, not many, hundreds of cases. It's typically the result of some sort of stroke. And what happens to you is very specific. You develop a particular delusion. Like, it's getting dark. And the delusion is that the people you love the most have been replaced. They've been replaced by aliens or robots. Thank you. By Martians, by CIA agents, by trained actors and actresses. But the people But the idea is the people you care for the most, you believe are gone. And this could lead to tragic consequences. Capgras syndrome is associated with a very high level of violence. One man in Australia a couple of years ago was under the delusion that his father was replaced with a robot and cut off his head. A related disorder involving the very same parts of the brain is called Cotard's syndrome. And Cotard's syndrome is you believe that you're dead. You believe that you're dead. You are persuaded that you're dead. You're walking around, you know you're walking around, you know that there are people around, but you think that you're dead. And what's striking about these is these are not just sort of big screwy problems of messed up people. Rather, they're located, they're related at a pinpoint level to certain parts of your brain. And we're going to talk about the best modern theories as to why these syndromes occur. Now, the reason to be interested in them, again, is not because they're frequent. They aren't. And it's not because of some sort of gruesome, morbid curiosity. Rather, by looking at extreme cases, they can help us best understand normal life. Often by looking at extremes, it throws into sharp contrast things we naturally take for granted. The issue of psychopathy, of people who either due to brain damage or because they're born that way have no moral understanding, can help us cope with questions of free will and responsibility, of the relationship or difference between mental illness and evil. Multiple personality cases force us to address the question of what is the self. To what extent are all of us composed of multiple people? And to what extent are we a single unified person over time? Cases like Capgras are important because they tell us about how we see the world. They tell us, for instance, that there's a difference between recognizing something, in a sense you could name it, and knowing what it is. And so by studying these abnormal cases, we get some insight into regular life. So that's the end of the illustration of the example topics. The syllabus lists many more. I'll end by telling you that there's a lot of stuff that we'll be talking about, that I want to talk about, that I am not expert in. And fortunately, there is a community at Yale of the best scholars and teachers on the planet. And so it would be a shame for me not to use them to cover some of these issues. And so I'm going to include 4 guest lecturers. The first one is Dr. Marvin Chun, who teaches the Introduction Psychology course in the fall, and is my competition. And he's going to give an amazing lecture on cognitive neuroscience, especially the cognitive neuroscience of faces. Dr. Susan Nolan-Huxema is the world's authority on depression, and in particular on sex differences in depression. And she's going to talk about this towards the end of the course. Kelly Brownell is going to talk, is the head of the Rudd Center, focuses on obesity, eating disorders, dieting, and he'll talk about the psychology of food. And finally, Dr. Peter Salovey, Dean of Yale College, is going to come to us on Valentine's Day and tell us everything he knows about the mysteries of love. All of these details are in the syllabus, and I'll stick around and answer questions. Hope to see you next week. We began the course by talking about one of the foundational ideas of modern psychology. This is what Francis Crick described as the astonishing hypothesis. The idea that our mental life, our consciousness, our morality, our capacity to make decisions and judgments is the product of a material, physical brain. What I want to talk about today and introduce it, and it's going to be a theme that we're going to continue throughout the rest of the course, is a second idea, which I think is equally shocking, perhaps more shocking. And this has to do with where mental life comes from. Not necessarily its material nature, but rather its origin. And the notion, this other astonishing hypothesis, is what the philosopher Daniel Dennett has described as Darwin's dangerous idea. And this is the modern biological account of the origin of biological phenomena, including psychological phenomena. Now, people have long been interested in the evolution of complicated things. And there is an argument that's been repeated throughout history. And many people have found it deeply compelling, including Darwin himself. Darwin, as he wrote The Origin of Species, was deeply persuaded and moved by this argument in the form presented by the theologian William Paley. So Paley has an example here. Paley gives the example of you walking down the beach and your foot hits a rock. And then you wonder, where did that rock come from? And you don't really expect an interesting answer to that question. Maybe it was always there. Maybe it fell from the sky. Who cares? But suppose you found a watch on the ground. And then you ask where the watch had come from. Paley points out that it would not be satisfying to simply say it's always been there or it came there as an accident. And he uses this comparison to make a point, which is a watch is a very complicated and interesting thing. Paley was a medical doctor, and Paley goes on to describe a watch and compare a watch to the eye. And noticing that a watch and the eye contain multitudes of parts that interact in complicated ways to do interesting things. In fact, to change and to update the analogy a little bit, an eye is very much like a machine known as a camera. And they're similar at a deep way. They both have lenses that bend light and project an image onto a light-sensitive surface. For the eye, the light-sensitive surface is a retina. For the camera, it's the film. They both have a focusing mechanism. For the eye, it's muscles that change the shape of the lens. For a camera, it's a diaphragm that governs the amount of incoming light. They're both encased in black. The light-sensitive in part of the eye and part of the camera are both encased in black. The difference is, so in fact, the eye and a camera look a lot alike. And we know the camera is an artifact. The camera has been constructed by intelligent beings to fulfill a purpose. In fact, if there's any difference between things like the eye and things like a camera, the difference is that that things like the eye are far more complicated than things like the camera. When I was a kid, I had this incredible TV show called The $6 Million Man. Anybody here ever seen it or heard of it? Anyway, the idea is there's a test pilot, Steve Austin, and his rocket jet crashes, and he loses his both legs, his arm, and his eye, which sounds really bad, but they replace them with bionic stuff, with artificial leg, artificial arm, and an artificial eye that are really super powered, and then he fights crime. It was really the best show on. It was really good. But the thing is, this was in 1974. It's now over 30 years later. And it's true then and it's true now. This is fantasy. It doesn't make it to the level of science fiction. It's fantasy. We are impossibly far away from developing machines that could do this. We are impossibly far away from building a machine that can do what the human eye does. And so somebody like Paley points out, look, the complexity of the biological world suggests that these things are complicated artifacts created by a designer far smarter than any human engineer. And the designer, of course, would be God. I went to Google Images. I don't mean that to be sacrilegious in any sense. You could try this. I went to Google Images and typed in God, and it showed up right in the middle. And this Paley argued, and it was been convincing throughout most of history, is a perfectly logical explanation for where these complicated things come from. It also has the advantage of being compatible with scripture and compatible with religious beliefs. But Paley made the point this stands on its own. If you find complicated things, that complicated artifacts, you don't assume they emerged by accident. You assume that they were created by an intelligent being. Now, this view has always had problems. This view, you could call it creationism, which is that biological structures were created by an intelligent being, has always had problems. One problem is it pushes back the question. So you ask, where did that intelligent being come from? And this is a particularly serious problem from the standpoint of evolution of psychological structures. So we want to know, how is it that creatures came upon this earth with the ability to reason and plan and do things? And then the answer is, well, another creature with that ability created us. That doesn't necessarily mean it's wrong, but it means it's unsatisfying. You immediately want to get an explanation for where that other creature comes from. More to the point, there's always been evidence for evolution. And what I mean by evolution here isn't necessarily a specific mechanism, but merely the fact that body parts like the eye didn't emerge all of a sudden, but rather have parallels both within other existing animals and across human and biological history. This evidence comes in different forms. There's fossil evidence for different body parts, suggesting that they have evolved for more rudimentary form. There's vestigial characteristics, and what this means is there are characteristics that human bodies have that are somewhat inexplicable, like the human tailbone or goosebumps, unless you view them at the human body in its current form as modifications from a previous form. There are parallels with other animals, and this is clear in psychology. So the human brain is different from the rat, cat, and monkey brain. But at the same time, you see them following a sort of common plan and common structures. And one rational inference from this is that they're linked through evolutionary descent. Finally, there's occasional poor design. So, Paley rhapsodized about the remarkable powers of the human body and the different body parts, but even Paley admitted that there's some things which just don't work very well. Your eye contains a blind spot because of how the nerves are wired up. In the male urinary system, the urethra goes through the prostate gland instead of around it, which leads to many physical problems in men later on in life. And so you're forced to either argue that these are really good things, or that God is either malicious or incompetent. And those are difficult arguments to make. So these are problems with the creationist view, but still, for the longest time in human intellectual history, there was no alternative. And in fact, so Richard Dawkins, the most prominent evolutionary biologist, one of the most prominent evolutionary biologists alive, and one of the most staunchest critics of creationism, has written in The Blind Watchmaker saying, look, anybody 100 years ago or 150 years ago who didn't believe that God created humans and other animals was a moron. Because the argument from design is a damn good argument. And in the absence of some other arguments, you should go defer to that. You should say, well, there are all these problems, but humans and other biological forms must have divine creation because of their incredible, rich, and intricate structure. What changed all that, of course, was Darwin. And Darwin's profound accomplishment was showing how you get these complicated biological structures like the eye emerging through a purely non-intentional, non-created process, a purely physical process. And this could be seen as equal in importance to the claim that the Earth revolves around the sun, and that we're not the center of the universe. So, and in fact, some scholars have made the suggestion, which seems plausible, that the idea of natural selection is the most important idea in the sciences, period. So this is not a course in evolution, and I expect people to have some background. If you don't have a background in it, you could get your background from external readings, but also from the Gray textbook and the Norton readings will each provide you with enough background to get up to speed. But the general idea is that there are three components to natural selection. There's variation, and this variation gives rise to different degrees of survival and reproduction, and gets passed on from generation to generation, and gives rise to adaptations, what Darwin described as that perfection of structure that justly excites our imagination. And the biological world has all sorts of examples. You look at camouflage. Prior to Darwin, one might imagine that some intelligent creator crafted animals to hide from their prey. But now we have a different alternative, which is that animals that were better hidden survived better, reproduced more, and over the course of thousands, perhaps millions of years, they developed elaborate camouflage. There's been a lot of work on Paley's favorite example, the eye. So Darwin himself noted that the human eye did not seem to emerge all at once, but rather you could look at other animals and find parallels in other animals that seem to suggest that more rudimentary forms are possible. And more recently, computer simulations have been developed that have crafted eyes under plausible assumptions of selective pressure and what the starting point is. So this is the theory of natural selection. The good question to ask is, why am I talking about evolution in introduction to psychology class? And the answer is that there are two ideas which come together. And in fact, they're both of the dangerous ideas. One idea is that Darwin's idea that biological forms evolve through this purely physical process. The second idea, the rejection of Descartes, is that our minds are the product of physical things and physical events. You bring these together, and it forces you to the perspective that what we are, our mental life, is no less than the eye, no less than camouflage, the product of this purely physical process of natural selection. More to the point, our cognitive mechanisms were evolved not to please God, not as random accidents, but rather for the purpose of survival and reproduction. More contentiously, you could argue they've been shaped by natural selection to solve certain problems. And so from an evolutionary point of view, when you look at what the brain is and what the brain does, you look at it in terms of these problems. And this is what this is what psychology is for. This is what our thinking is for. We have evolved mental capacities to solve different problems, perception of the world, communication, getting nutrition and rest, and so on. Now, we're going to talk about how to apply evolutionary theory to psychology. But as we're doing so, we have to keep in mind two misconceptions. There are two ways you can go seriously wrong here. The first is to think that, well, if we're taking an evolutionary approach, then natural selection will cause animals to want to spread their genes. So if we're being biological about it, that means everybody must run around thinking, I want to spread my genes. I want to, and this is just really, oops, I shouldn't do that. This is really wrong. It's even in red. And what this fails to do is make a distinction between ultimate causation and proximate causation. And those are technical terms referring to ultimate causation is the reason why something's there in the first place over millions of years of history. Proximate causation is why you're doing it now. And these are different. Obviously, for instance, animals do all sorts of things to help survive and reproduce. But a cockroach doesn't think, oh, I'm doing this to help survive and reproduce and spread my genes. A cockroach doesn't know anything about genes. Rather, the mechanisms that make it do what it does are different from its own mental states that it has in why it does them. This is a point nicely made by William James. So William James asked, why do we eat? And he writes, not one man in a billion when taking his dinner ever thinks of utility. He eats because the food tastes good and makes him want more. If you ask him why he should want to eat more of what tastes like that, instead of revering you as a philosopher, he'll probably laugh at you for a fool. And certainly the common sense answer, why are you eating? Nobody's going to answer, because I must sustain my body so as to spread my genes in the future. Rather, you eat because you're hungry. Those two theories, you eat because you're hungry, and you eat to sustain your body so that you can spread your genes in the future, are not alternative. Rather, they're different levels of explanation. And you can't confuse them. The ultimate level, which does appeal to survival and reproduction, does not, is independent from the psychological level. To give another example, people protect their children. So you ask, why do people protect their children? Why would somebody devote so much effort to protecting and helping and feeding their children? Well, the evolutionary explanation is animals that don't protect their offspring don't last over evolutionary time. We protect our offspring because they contain 50% of our genes. But that's not the psychological explanation. Nobody but a deranged psychologist would ever answer, oh, I love my children because they contain 50% of my genes. Rather, the psychological explanation is a deeper, is different and has a different texture. And this will be a lot clearer when we talk about the emotions, where you can really see a distinction between the question of why we feel something from an evolutionary point of view and why we feel it from a day-to-day point of view. The second misconception is that natural selection entails that everything is adaptive. That everything we do, everything we think is adaptive. This is wrong. Natural selection, evolution more generally, distinguish between adaptations and byproducts and accidents. Many of you are currently, or will as you get older, suffer back pain. If I was to ask you, so why do you suffer back pain? How does back pain help you survive and reproduce? Well, the answer is, it's not an adaptation. Back pain is an accidental byproduct of how our backs are shaped. Don't go looking for an adaptive reason for hiccups or self-pity or bloating after you eat. There's all sorts of things the body will do that have no adaptive value, rather just accidents. We have a body that does all sorts of things. Some things it will do by accident. And this is certainly true for psychology. So a lot of the things, for instance, that occupy our interest, our fascination in day-to-day life are almost certainly evolutionary accidents. The three of the main preoccupations of humans are pornography, television, and chocolate. But if I asked you, why do you like porn? And you say, because my ancestors who liked porn reproduced more than those who didn't. It's not true. Rather, you like porn, assuming you do, as an accident. You have evolved, for instance, should you be a heterosexual male, you've evolved to be attracted to women. That is most likely to be an evolutionary adaptation, because being attracted to women and wanting to have sex with women is one step to the road to having kids, which is very good from an evolutionary perspective. It so happens, though, in our modern environment that that people have created images that substitute. So instead of actually going out and seeking out women, you could just surf the web for hours and hours and watch dirty movies and read dirty books. Evolutionary adaptive dead ends. They're accidents. Why do you like chocolate bars, assuming that you do? It is not because your ancestors in the African savannah who enjoyed chocolate bars reproduced more than those who didn't. Rather, it is because we've evolved a taste for sweet things. And we've evolved a taste for sweet things in part because the sweet things in our natural environment, like fruit, were good for us. In the modern world, we have created things like chocolate, which are not so good for us, but we eat anyway. A lot of the debates, there's a lot of controversy in psychology over the scope of evolutionary explanations. And a lot of the debate tends to be over what's an adaptation and what isn't. There are some clear cases. We have color vision. Why do we have color vision? Well, I think everybody would agree we have color vision as an adaptation because of the advantages it gives us for seeing and making visual distinctions. We are afraid of snakes. We're going to talk about that in more detail, but there's a straightforward adaptive story about that. We are afraid of snakes because really our ancestors who weren't afraid of snakes didn't reproduce as much as those that were. We like chocolate bars, and we enjoy NASCAR. Those cannot be adaptations because chocolate bars and NASCAR are recent developments that could not have been anticipated by evolution. Those are easy questions. Here are some hard questions. Music. Everywhere in the world, people like music. Is this an adaptation for some selective advantage, or is it an accident? Steven Pinker, who wrote The Language Instinct that you read before, caused a huge amount of controversy when he argued that music is just an evolutionary accident. He described it as auditory cheesecake, something we like to gorge ourselves on that has no adaptive advantage. Other people argue music does have an adaptive advantage. Sometimes males use violence to coerce sex. Is male sexual violence a biological adaptation, or is it an accident? There's more than one language. Is that just an accidental byproduct of the way language works, or is there some sort of group or selectionist advantage sketched out in some way of having multiple languages? What about visual art? What about fiction? What about our love for stories? Those are all matters of heated debate. And so we have to keep in mind some things plainly are accidents. Some things almost certainly aren't accidents. Where the action is in the study of psychology and the study of evolution of cognition is trying to figure out which is which. So those are the misconceptions we have to avoid. But still, who cares? I mean, again, this is an introduction to psych course. Why are we talking about evolution? Why should it matter to a psychologist how the mind has evolved? I'm going to talk about evolution now, but for the rest of the course, I'm just interested in how our minds are, period. So why would evolution matter? Well, many people think it doesn't. For instance, and they think it doesn't for different reasons. One claim is a metaphysical one. You might be a dualist. You might reject the idea your mental life is the product of your brain. And hence evolution is irrelevant to psychology because the brain and the mind, because the brain, which may have evolved, has nothing interesting to do with the mind. Lisa Simpson got it wrong when she said the Pope, she got it half right when she said the Pope favored evolution. It is true. John Paul II, many years ago, made a statement saying that Darwinian theory is not incompatible. Darwinian theory is a view about the evolution of species that is not motivated by any animus, is a genuine scientific theory, and should it turn out to be true, it is not incompatible to truth about man as taught by the church. And scientists were thrilled by this, and they said he's endorsing evolution. But what fewer people talk about is the fact that after he said this, he drew the line. He allowed for evolution of the body, but he would not allow for evolution of the mind. So he wrote, if the human body takes its origin from pre-existing living matter, the spiritual soul is immediately created by God. Consequently, theories of evolution which consider the mind as emerging from the force of living matter, or as a mere epiphenomena of this matter, are incompatible with the truth about man. So you might not want evolution to be true about the mind, because you might believe that the mind is not subject to the same physical laws as the rest of the physical world. That's one way you could reject evolutionary psychology. Another way to reject evolutionary psychology is to accept that the mind's a physical thing, but then argue that all of these instincts and these hardwired facets of human nature might exist for other animals, but they don't exist for people. So the anthropologist Ashley Montague in '73, close to when the $6 Million Man was shown, by the way, said, with the exception of the reactions in infants to sudden withdrawals of support and to sudden loud noises, the human being is entirely instinctless. Man is man because he has no instincts, because everything he is and has become he has learned from his culture, from the man-made part of the environment, from other human beings. You might say, look, he could believe that in '74, but of course all of the infant studies that have come out since then suggested that's not true, and nobody would believe that nowadays. But in fact, the view is often held. Louis Menand, in a New Yorker article a few years ago, wrote, every aspect of life has a biological foundation in exactly the same sense, which is that unless it was biologically possible, it wouldn't exist. After that, it's up for grabs. And this is in the context of an argument that evolution can't tell us anything about what's most interesting about people. Menand is an educated, intelligent scholar. He is presumably well aware of the findings of Spelke and Baillargeon about how people are hardwired to understand objects in social life and so on. But his point is just that when it comes to the more interesting aspects of human nature, the stuff we're naturally, intuitively interested in, that's more cultural. And evolutionary theory and Darwinian theory just doesn't have anything much to say about it. Not because the mind is separate from the brain, but just because humans are much more cultural organisms. And so biology has little to say about it. There's a third objection, which is you might think, okay, the human mind actually does contain instincts. There is a human nature, but we should just study it by studying people. How could evolution, the study of evolution, the consideration of evolution, tell us anything interesting? I actually, in my own work, think evolution can tell us some interesting things. And I want to try to make a case for ways in which evolution can inform and enlighten us about the mind as it is. First, I want to make a point, which is, although this course is intro psych, and it is about the mind as it is, still, I think by any account, the evolution of consciousness, morality, and so on, just is intuitively interesting. It's the sort of thing that people are just fascinated by, and I think it's a question of interest in and of its own right. But here's how it can tell us about psychology. For one thing, it can tell us what can be innate and what cannot. So, some problems, some evolutionary problems have been around for a long time and could lead to special biological adaptations. If I told you there's a biological adaptation for talking, mate selection, child care, maybe it's true, maybe it isn't, but it's not crazy. From an evolutionary point of view, it's a reasonable possibility that it is. Other problems are recent, and our brains could not be specialized to deal with them. Written communication, interaction with strangers, driving a car, playing chess. If you were to argue that there's a part of the brain devoted to playing chess, I would say you're utterly wrong. You cannot be right. Because from an evolutionary point of view, there could be no such part of the brain evolved, because playing chess is a recent innovation. As a result, a focus on evolution could help discipline us to make coherent claims about what is built in and what isn't built in. Third, we're going to talk about human differences in this course. We're going to devote a class to human differences of the sort of what makes you different from her, different from her. Why do we have different intelligences in this class? Why are some of us arrogant and some of us humble? Some of us attracted to men, others attracted to women, and so on. But there's also questions of group differences. And evolutionary theory can help us say intelligent things about what sort of group differences you should expect. Because evolutionary theory predicts that some populations should evolve in different ways than others. The most obvious example is that children should be different from adults. The evolutionary problems faced by a child are very different from the evolutionary problems faced by an adult. And you can make specific and rather interesting predictions about how children's brains should differ from adults' brains. Evolutionary theory predicts, does not make any predictions about racial differences or ethnic differences. Some might exist, but there's no adaptive reason why humans who have evolved in different parts of the world should have profound differences in their mental capacities. What does evolutionary theory say about sex differences? Well, it says some interesting things, and we're going to devote a class to discussing them. But what I think is going to be proved to be important is that we'll be able to use evolutionary biology to talk sensibly about what sort of distinctions between the sexes, between males and females, one would expect to find, and what sort one wouldn't expect to find. We can make educated predictions. I want to put here a clip of a man. This is a scene from the movie Roger Dodger, that begins with a man making quasi-evolutionary claims about the difference between men and women. And I want to put this as an example of what you could call barroom evolutionary psychology. And I want us to hold this in our minds, because we're going to return to these claims and discuss their validity. I like this for a few reasons. First, I like the backward reference to William James in utility. Second, it is a gorgeous combination of some things that are actually reasonably rational and total bullcrap. But what evolutionary biology will give us is the tools to distinguish between the two. Like on the face of it immediately, the ability to read maps, to claim that that has a biological, that differences in that ability have a biological roots is crazy. On the other hand, the claim that that males may develop a trait not because it's advantageous, but to attract females is less crazy. The telepathic stuff is really crazy. But, so, I'm not at this point going to devote a lecture to sex. I'm not at this point want to make any claims one way or another. But what I want to suggest is that from a biological point of view, we could say sensible and intelligent things about what differences should exist and what shouldn't. Finally, and most of all, looking at something from the perspective of design, the perspective of what's it for, can often give you interesting insights as to its current nature. And I'll give you two quick examples. One that's not from psychology, one that is. Women suffer, often women who are pregnant, early in their pregnancy, suffer from morning sickness, nausea, throwing up, and so on. This has traditionally been viewed as just a breakdown in the system. Too much hormones, everything's askew, women get nauseous. Margie Prophet suggested an alternative, and this won her the MacArthur Genius Award. And this was the claim that maybe pregnancy sickness is not an accident, rather it's designed. It has a biological purpose. In particular, as the baby develops in the uterus, it is vulnerable to various sorts of poisons or teratogens. Prophet suggested that pregnancy sickness is a hypersensitive period where women are extremely sensitive, get extremely nauseous towards the sorts of foods that could damage their baby. Now, if she just ended there, it's a story. How do we know it's true? But then she went on to examine it the same way that any scientist examines any claim, by making predictions and testing them. And this makes some interesting predictions. It suggests the timing of onset and offset of pregnancy sickness, of morning sickness, should correspond to the period of maximal vulnerability on the part of the developing embryo or fetus, suggested the types of foods avoided should correspond to those sorts of foods that were most deadly for the fetus and that were deadly for the fetus during the periods where humans evolved. This last qualification is an important one. Women do not develop an aversion to alcohol during pregnancy, even though alcohol is extremely dangerous to the developing child. The answer is an easy one. Alcohol wasn't around during our evolutionary history, and we could not have evolved a system to protect ourselves from it. And finally, there should be a relationship between miscarriage and birth defects in a surprising direction. For profit, and she has evidence to back this up, pregnancy sickness is not a glitch in the system. Rather, it's the sign of a healthy, active, protective mechanism going on. And in fact, the more morning sickness, the more the baby should be protected. Something which by and large appears to be true. That's an example of how the question, when dealing with things, say, hey, women throw up when they get pregnant. And then say, look, maybe that's not just a glitch. What's it for? You could then learn some interesting things. Here's a different example based on the last lecture, this wonderful lecture by Peter Salovey on sex and love, where he talked about the big three. These are the big three to remind you of what attracts us to somebody else. You're very attracted to the person next to you or person that, because proximity, similarity, familiarity. And there is abundant evidence supporting the truth of this. It's almost always true. But an evolutionary psychologist looks at this and says, there's something seriously wrong here. There's some cases where that has to be totally, absolutely mistaken. To realize what this is, think for a moment. What humans are you most close to, most similar to, and most familiar with? What humans did you spend over 10 years of your life with, who are genetically and environmentally as close to you as if they were related, who you are intimately familiar with? Are those the humans that you find the hottest? No. They're your siblings, and they are not hot. I was on Google Images this morning. I put up some hot siblings. But although we may find them hot, they do not typically, with some rare and bizarre exceptions, find one another hot. Why not? Well, this is not a huge puzzle from the standpoint of evolutionary biology. Evolutionary biology posits that humans, as well as other animals, should have incest avoidance. We should be attracted to those familiar to us, similar to us, close to us, but not kin. Kin are off limits. There's a good reason why, because if you intermate with your kin, you have bad offspring. That's only. And so animals should be wired up not to mate with their kin. And in fact, this is what happens. There are parents of teenagers have all sorts of concerns. And a lot of the concerns are in fact sexual. How do you keep your son and or your daughter from going out and having sex with too many people or the wrong people or unprotected sex? But there are no parenting guides in the world that say, how do you keep your children from having sex with one another? You typically do not need to, because they do not want to have sex with one another. Now, this is actually also illustrates difference between proximate and ultimate causation. So you think for yourself, ooh, do I want to have sex with my sister? You don't think to yourself, I would prefer not to, because for the offspring that we will create will be non-viable, and it'll be a waste of my reproductive efforts. Rather, you think, ooh, because at a gut level, you respond. And this sort of instinctive response is what you get from an evolutionary analysis of sex. But this story is deeply incomplete, because the question that gets raised is, how do you tell? You don't want to have sex with your kin, but how do you tell your kin? People don't carry their DNA markers on strips that you could see. How do you tell who your kin are? And this actually turns out to be a really interesting question. It used, and some research suggests that the answer is simple. You avoid sex with people you grew up with. And these studies actually come from kibbutz studies. Studies where people are raised communally on an Israeli kibbutz. They know they're not related, but still the fact that they were raised together as kids suggests that is a cue at a gut level not to be attracted to one another. It turns out there's some reason now to believe this story is incomplete. A paper that came out in Nature 5 days ago reported a series of extremely interesting studies, and they found that the cue of being raised together as a child with somebody, yes, that does diminish sexual desire. But an even bigger cue was, did you observe your parents, and in particular your mother, taking care of that person? If you did, that seriously diminishes sexual desire and brings it down to the level of disgust. And again, these are the sort of questions and issues you begin to ask when you approach things from an evolutionary perspective. Okay. For this lecture, the rest of this lecture, and then the next couple of lectures, I'll be discussing some basic aspects of human nature that are to some extent or another informed by evolutionary theory. And what I want to start for the remainder of this lecture is a discussion of rationality. Now, some of you maybe not want to go into evolution, not want to go into psychology because there's no Nobel Prize for psychology. You might all think, hey, if I'm going to go into sciences, I want a Nobel Prize. Think how proud Bubby and Zadie would be if I won a Nobel Prize. Wouldn't that be the best? You can get one. Psychologists have won the Nobel Prize. Most recently, Danny Kahneman won a Nobel Prize. You win it in economics, sometimes medicine, not a big deal. He won it for his work done over the course of many decades on human rationality. And this work was done in collaboration with Amos Tversky, who passed away several years ago. And this work entirely transformed the way we think about human decision-making and rationality. Kahneman and Tversky caused a revolution in economic psychology and the social sciences more generally by causing us to shift from the idea that we're logical thinkers who think in accord with the axioms of logic and mathematics and rationality, more towards the idea that we actually have sort of rough and ready heuristics. These heuristics served us well during our evolutionary history, but sometimes they can lead us astray. And I want to give some examples of these heuristics, and I'll give 4 examples of heuristics that are argued to permeate our reasoning. The first is framing effects. This was a classic study by Kahneman and Tversky involving this sort of question. U.S. is preparing for the outbreak of a disease that's going to kill 600 people. There are 2 programs. Program A, if you follow it, 200 people will be saved. Program B, there's a 1/3 chance everybody will be saved, and a 2/3 chance nobody will be saved. Who would choose program B? Who would choose program A? Okay. And that fits the responses. Most people choose program A. That's could go either way. What's interesting is if you frame the question differently, like this, you get very different responses. Instead of focusing on the people who will be saved, you focus on the people who will die. And instead of focusing on the chance that nobody will die and the chance that everybody will die, you flip it around, you get a corresponding flip. And this is known as a framing effect. The idea of a framing effect is that you could respond differently to a situation depending on how the options are framed. And in particular, this combines with loss aversion. People hate a certain loss. 4,000 of these people will die is extremely aversive. And so the framing can influence your decisions, and clever advertisers and clever decision makers will frame things in different ways. to give rise to different intuitions. Sometimes this could be fairly simple. So you have this ad of a hamburger that's 80% fat free versus 20% fat. You don't have to be a brilliant ad executive to figure out which one to go for. It turns out that this sort of fundamental the fundamental role of framing effects is not limited to humans. So I want to take a second and tell you some work done by my colleague, Laurie Santos, with capuchin monkeys. And what she does is, she takes these capuchin monkeys and she teaches them to use money. She teaches them to use little discs to buy themselves either pieces of banana or pieces of apple. And they like to eat this. And they very quickly learn you can hand over a disc to get some banana or some apple. Now, Dr. Santos and her colleagues have done many studies using this method. But the study I'm interested in illustrating here shows framing effects in these non-human primates. So what she does is, there's two options. In one option, the experimenter shows one object to the capuchin and then either gives one or two. Half the time gives one, half the time gives two, for an average of 1.5. The other experimenter does exactly the same thing. Gives one or two for an average of 1.5, but starts off displaying 2. Now, if you were a human, how would you feel about these two experimenters? They both give you the same amount, and capuchins are extremely sensitive to how much they get. But it turns out, as predicted, they don't like the pink experimenter. Because the pink experimenter is, he gives you 2, shows you 2, and half the time he gives you 1. This guy shows you 1, half the time gives you 2. And over time, they develop a preference for the experimenter that shows them 1 initially, suggesting that they are being subject to framing effects, or choices relative to a reference point. A different sort of demonstration is the endowment effect. This is a robust and very interesting effect. Here's the idea. I show you something like a cup or a chocolate bar. And I say, how much will you give me for this chocolate bar? Well, you're pretty hungry. How much will you give me for this chocolate bar? You say, I'll give you $2 for the chocolate bar. Most people on average give big chocolate bar, gives $2 per chocolate bar. The other condition's exactly the same, except I hand you a chocolate bar and say, how much money will you sell me that chocolate bar for? There people say, $2.50. And in fact, what happens is, once you own something, its value shoots up. And this is mystified economists and psychologists. It makes no sense. The chocolate bar doesn't even have to move. I can just leave it on the table and say, either how much will you spend, how much will you give me for this, or, okay, it's yours, how much you want me to take it back? The answer is it's framing. If you're asking how much you want for it, it's a game. It's just how much will you pay to get something. But if you're being asked, how much do you want for me to take it from you, you treat it as a loss. And as a loss, it becomes more valuable. Those are framing effects. The second example is base rates. There are 70 lawyers, 70 engineers and 30 lawyers. And John's chosen at random. Let me tell you about John. 40 years old, married, 3 children, conservative, cautious, no interest in politics, awkward around people. His hobbies include carpentry, sailing, and solving mathematical puzzles. Like online dating. What do you think John is? A lawyer or an engineer? Who thinks he's a lawyer? Good. Who thinks he's an engineer? Okay, most people think he's an engineer. But here's the thing. You switch it, right? 30 engineers, 70 lawyers. It doesn't change. People, no matter what this number is, these numbers, it doesn't seem to change who you think he is or how confident you are. People look at John as an individual and they ignore the background status of where he came from. They ignore base rates. Base rates are very difficult to think about. And I want to give you an example of this. And the example will be on the slides for when you print it out. Because you might want to work through it yourself. But I'll give this to you quickly. There's a disease that hits 1 in 1,000 people. Pretty common disease. There's a test for the disease, and if you have it, it's going to tell you you have it. It tests for a certain thing in your blood, and boom, if the thing's in your blood, the test will go boom. If you have it, it will tell you you have it. It doesn't miss. On the other hand, it's not perfect. It has a false positive rate of 5%. So if you don't have the disease 5% of the time, the test will say you have it. So, you know, if the test says you don't have it, you're fine. But if the test says you have it, maybe you have it, but maybe it's a false positive. You take the test, it says you have the disease. Without pen and paper, how likely do you think the odds are that you have the disease? Who says over 50%? Okay. Well, 4 people sinisterly shouted the right answer. People will attend, medical students were given this. Medical students less savvy than you. And the average is between 50% and 95%. The answer is, as some people quickly noted, 2%. And here's how it works. 1% of 1,000 will have the disease. That person will test positive. Test never misses. That leaves 999 people who don't have the disease. It will say about 50% of these people have it. So for every 51 people who test positive, only 1 will have the disease, giving an average of about 2%. This sort of thing is very difficult. Our minds are not evolved to do base rate computation. And so any problems involving base rate computation, including real world problems, like what to do when you come back with a positive test, we screw up. And often we screw up in the direction of panic. The third bias is the availability bias. And this is simply that if you want to know how frequent something is, how available it is to come to mind is an excellent cue. But this could lead to mistakes. A classic example by Kahneman and Tversky is you ask people, one group of people, how many English words end with NG? Or what proportion of English words? Another group of people, what proportion end with ING? Turns out you get much bigger numbers for ING than NG. Though of course NG would include everything with ING. It's just a lot easier to think about these things. This can show up in real world. What are your risk of getting killed? What's your risk of getting killed by a shark? Well, if you ask people what the risk of getting killed by a shark is, they characteristically overestimate it. I will give you the news of what the risk is for getting killed by a shark. Injured in any given year, 1 in 6 million, killed 1 in 500 million. If you live in Florida, which apparently is shark central, your chance of getting injured is about 1.5 million. People will overestimate the risks because shark attacks are very salient. They're always reported in the news and they're very interesting. What is the chance of getting killed by potato salad? Well, food poisoning, death by food poisoning, injury by food poisoning runs to about 1 in 55, 1 in 800 for some sort of injury, and 1 in 55,000 killed. Potato salad is 1,000 more times more dangerous than shark attacks. But you get it wrong because you don't think, oh my God, big news story, somebody dies by potato salad. And so we tend to overestimate the chance of being killed by dramatic facts. How many Jews in the United States? What proportion? Who thinks it's over 3/4 of the United States is Jewish? I'm kind of anchoring here. Okay. Who thinks over half? Who thinks over 40%? Who thinks over 20%? Okay? Who thinks over 15%? Who thinks over 10%? Who thinks over 7.5%? Who thinks over 5%? Okay. Who thinks overall there's more than 5% of the United States is Jewish? Who thinks over 3%? The answer is somewhere between 1.9 and 2.1%. Most people think the average American thinks it's 20%. Surveys. If you're curious about demographics, and this map is to be entirely trusted because I got it from Wikipedia. This is the distribution of the Jewish population, self-identified as Jewish in different parts of the United States. New York City is, of course, the most dense population with 9%. New Haven has 3.5%. Now, why do people get it wrong? Well, there's all sorts of reasons. And this is going to come out in the context of social psychology when we talk about how people think about human groups. But one quick answer is people who are plainly Jewish are prominent in positions where people notice them, like entertainment, or in the case of you guys, academia. And this could lead to this availability. Can I think of a Jew? Yeah. This availability causes us to overestimate the proportion to which Jews are represented in the population. Final example, confirmation bias. This is a very nice study. It's very simple. It's you're the jury of a custody case. You have to give a child custody, either mother or father, sole custody. One parent has average income, average health, average working hours, reasonable rapport to child, and a relatively stable social life. Second parent has an above average income, minor health problems, lots of work-related travel, a very close relationship with the travel, with the child, and an extremely active social life. Think for a moment. Who would you award custody with? Obviously there's no right answer here. Just think for a moment. Who would award custody to parent A? Who would award custody to parent B? as I think there is in this room, when this study is done, there's a slight advantage to parent B. Here's what's interesting. You give another group of people this question. Which parent would you deny custody to? You get a slight advantage for parent B. Now this is to some extent an illustration of framing problem, but it's also a more general illustration of the confirmation bias. So when you're asked to award custody to, you then ask, well, where's the sign that somebody's a good parent? And the good parent aspects of B jump out. When asking to deny custody, you ask, where's the cue that somebody's a bad parent? And the bad parent aspects of B jump out. In general, when we have a hypothesis, we look for confirmations. This makes some things which are logically easy extremely difficult problems when you face them in the real world. And I'll end with my final example, that of the Wason selection task. Here's the game. And people, I don't want people to shout it out just yet. There's 4 cards. Each card has a letter on one side and a number on the other side. You have to judge whether this claim is true or false. If a card has a D on one side, it has a 3 on the other side. How many cards do you have to turn over to test whether that rule is right? Okay, somebody shout out what one card is you have to turn over. D. Everybody gets that right. What else? Do you need to do any other cards? How many people think it's D and 3? I'm raising my hand to fool you. People answer either D or D and 3. But think about it. What would make this rule wrong? It's wrong if it has D on one side and not 3 on the other, right? That's what it would be to be wrong. You then have to check D to see if there's a 3 on the other side. You were all right about that. Then you need to check 8 to see if there's a D on the other side. 3 is not going to tell you anything. That's hard. People find this very hard. Okay, big deal. But what's interesting is you can modify it in certain ways to make it a lot easier. And this is the work of Lita Cosmides and her colleague, an evolutionary psychologist at Santa Barbara, who has argued that if you frame these questions in ways that make ecological sense, people are much better at them. And basically, she does studies where she has people who are evaluating a social rule. Imagine these cards. On one side of the card is a drink. On the other side is the person's age. You are a bartender and you want to make sure nobody under 21 drinks beer. Which cards do you turn over? Well, now it's easier. But the logic is the same. It's a violation if there's under 21 on one side, beer on the other side. So you need to check the under 21 here, and you need to check the beer here. And when you make these logical problems more ecologically valid, they turn out to be much easier. Okay. There's a little bit more, but I'll hold it off till next class. And I'll end with the reading response, which is to do your own bit of reverse engineering and evolutionary psychology. And I'll see you all on Wednesday. I'll begin the class officially with a different sort of demonstration. I want to just show you one of the changed blindness studies that has been done in the real world. And these videotapes are not available publicly, but you get them from the web and see them as little JavaScripts. So this is one of the first studies done by Dan Simons when he was at Cornell. And his advisor at the time was our Frank Kyle, who's now in our department. So here's the study. you don't notice it. Change blindness is one of the more striking phenomena discovered by laboratory scientists and by psychologists. But it's important to realize, to get away from the sort of surprise of the gorilla and the fact that it's hard to see the flickering, the object that's flickering, and appreciate the big moral of this, because the big moral of this is actually, I think, striking and quite important. You think right now that you're perceiving the world. I look down on you and I think I have a whole sense of where everybody is. I can't see everybody perfectly in back, kind of far away and blurry, but there's a sense in which I have a world around me. Similarly, if I'm to close my eyes for a second, everything just remains, and I can sort of remember some of the things that are there. That's really good sound localization by me. So you're looking up and you think you have a sense of the world, both in perception and memory. The change blindness experiment suggests that this isn't true. The change blindness experiment suggests that if you look at me for a second, and during that second, all of your classmates change positions, including those next to you, you are extremely unlikely to notice. The change blindness experiment suggests that if you turn your eyes away from me towards there for a second and turn back, and I'm dressed entirely differently, you wouldn't notice. The exceptions would be if you told yourself consciously, remember what this guy's wearing. He's wearing this, that, and another. But if you don't do it consciously, you'll lose it. And usually this is okay. Usually it's okay because your memory and your visual system exploits a basic fact about the universe, which is that most things stay the same most of the time. I don't have to explicitly remember that you're over there when I turn my head for a second, because you'll be over there in any case. You don't need to hold precise representations of the world. And so you only notice it in certain clever circumstances. One sort of clever circumstance is when psychologists change reality, as in the change blindness studies. A second sort of circumstance is in movies. So one of the big surprises when people started making movies involving cuts was it is extremely difficult to get everything continuously right. And you need to work very hard to notice. So there's all these continuity errors that creep up into movies. And you have to be a film buff or writing it down to even notice this. And the overall moral here then is that your perception of reality is a lot more sparse, a lot more limited than you might think it is. So this is where we were at the end of last class. We were talking about the different sorts of memories. Sensory memory, which is the sort of fraction of a second of sensory residue, what you're hearing and what you're seeing. Working memory, short-term memory, and then long-term memory. And we talked last class about how things get into sensory memory, into working memory, the role of attention, and in fact the changed blindness studies are actually just studies of how something gets from your senses to your consciousness, and what does and what doesn't. Now I want to move to the distinction in working memory, short-term memory, and long-term memory. Now, the obvious distinction is actually just, in fact, is storage differences. So, long-term memory, or LTM, has a huge storage capacity. This is your memory like the hard drive of your computer. This is the memory you walk around with. It includes all the words in English. Just for example, 60, 80,000 words. It includes everybody you've ever met. Languages, faces, stories, locations, nursery rhymes, songs, TV programs. Nobody knows the storage. It is not true that you remember everything that has ever happened to you. That there's no reason to believe this is true. At the same time, though, you have a huge amount stored in your brain, in long-term storage. And nobody actually, it has to be limited because it's a finite, limited brain. But nobody knows how big it is. Nobody knows how many terabytes you carry around in your brain. And, but it's a lot. Compare this to working memory, to short-term memory, which is actually very limited. Your memory of what you could store on and what you could hold in consciousness right now is quite limited. Here is an exercise. Do not write these things down. I want you to remember them. I'm just going to give you a few numbers. 14, 59, 11, 109, 43, 58, 98, 487, 25, 389, 54. Please write them down. View this as an IQ test, if that would relax you. How many of you who decided to participate in this experiment got 3 or less? Good, good. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 or more. Anybody get all 11? This is a particularly difficult memory task. The numbers are meaningless. And I forgot to tell you to get your pen and pencil ready, so some of you just glared at me. But under normal circumstances, the cognitive psychologist George Miller said that suggested that the standard memory storage or short-term memory is 7 plus or minus 2. And what that means is anywhere from 5 to 9, roughly. Some of you, I bet, can beat that. Some of you, on a not so good day, maybe won't make it that much. Now, 7 plus or minus 2 is so that's what you hold in consciousness. You know, I tell you, 1421. 1421. You hold that in consciousness, no problem. But I throw 11 numbers at you, you can't. Some dribble out. You can't hold that in your conscious window. in your short-term memory. Now this raises the question, 7 plus or minus 2 what? And the answer seems to be what George Miller calls chunks. And a chunk is a basic memory unit, something you think of as a single individual entity. So suppose you see the string of letters L-A-M-A-I-S-O-N. If you don't know, if you can't form these into words, and you have to remember them, these are 8 chunks. You have to just pick them up separately. On the other hand, if you break them up into 4 words, you could just remember it as 4 chunks. And if you break it up into 2 words in French, la maison, the house, it could just be 1 or 2. How much you know depends on, affects how much you memorize, how much you could store in memory, because it affects what counts as a basic unit of memory. And there's all sorts of examples of this. If I tell you 11011001010, those of you who don't know binary numbers might have to remember that as 1100, whatever I say. Those of you who are computer scientists or mathematicians, or for whatever reason no binary numbers, could convert it into a single binary number. Anybody know what the number is? No, I cannot say it again. Some number, 24. Some 24, and then you remember 24. It's easier. Suppose you see a chessboard, and the chessboard is set up, and you don't know how to play chess. It is murderously hard to remember that. They've done the experiments. They've taken people in the lab who don't know how to play chess. They set up a chessboard, and then they say, okay, look at this for 5 minutes. Then they take it away, set it up again. And it's murderously hard. You know, there's a horsey thing on the side there and everything. But if these chess pieces are set up in some way that's logical for a chess player, then a chess master could look at it and remember it in a glance. Oh, it's a Fibonacci defense. Something like that. and then immediately recover it. Similarly, football coaches have been tested on their memories of football diagrams. And they have like a photographic memory for football diagrams because it corresponds to things that make sense. Architects could have a photographic memory, a perfect memory for floor plans because it makes sense to them. They understand it. And so the way you store things in memory, and this is a theme we're going to return to when we get to long-term memory, depends in a large extent on how much you understand it. And this shows up in expertise effects. Now, this is what's happening so far in short-term memory, how much you hold in there. The question is, how do you get it into long-term memory? So you have long-term memory, your major storage system. How does information get from your consciousness to long-term storage? Well, there's one way which sort of works sometimes, but not very well. And it's called maintenance rehearsal. Suppose I said, you have to remember this number, this string of numbers. And if you remember it in 20 minutes, you will get $1,000. And the string is my phone number when I was a kid. I'll include the area code 514-688-9057. Now, if you tell that to a 4-year-old, what 4-year-olds say, I'll remember it. And then you ask them, what did I just say? Well, I don't know. If you tell it to an act, because you know something. If a lot depended on it, you would know to do something. What you would do is you'd say to yourself, 514-688-9057, 514-688-9057, 514-688-9057. You'd rehearse in your head over and over again. The problem is you can hold it as long as you can do that. It's like these movies. You see this all the time. Like in an episode of 24. You know, Jack, call CTU and tell them Agent 11 is trapped in there. And I can't even remember this. But the way to remember it is you just gotta repeat it over and over again in your head. But this will not typically get things into long-term memory. To get things in long-term memory, rehearsal is usually not enough. You need to do other things. Typically, what you need is structure and organization. And one way to demonstrate this was in a classic depth of processing experiment, which nicely illustrates the fact that the more you structure something, the deeper you think about it, the better it gets entrenched long-term memory. So in this study, what they did was they told people that there's going to be words flashed on the screen. And all of the subjects saw the same strings of words. There were 48 words. They were not told to memorize the words. 1/3 of the subjects was told, look, some of these words are going to come out in capital letters, some of them not capital letters. Press a button for capitals, non-capitals. Sure. The other group was told some of these words will rhyme with train, others won't. Press a button if it rhymes with train. The third group was told, does it fit into the sentence, the girl placed the blank on the table? Press a button if it does. Press the button if it doesn't. Then they were asked, as a surprise, what words did you see? And the findings look like this. When they were asked to focus on just what the word looked like, memory was very poor. The sound better, the meaning better. If you want to remember something, the best way to remember it is to give it meaning, to give it sense. This is illustrated through a very ancient technique, which is that the way to remember things that are otherwise arbitrary is to give them some organization through memory tricks, through vivid imagery, or songs or poetry. And there's a lot of examples of this. You know how to remember that the hippocampus, there's part of the brain called the hippocampus. This is the worst memory trick ever, but it will stick with you for 20 years. The hippocampus is involved in spatial memory. It's involved in finding your way around. Think to yourself, the way I find my way around campus is through the hippocampus. Now that's stupid, but you'll never forget now that the hippocampus is in charge of spatial memory. All you retain from this course. Memory books on how to remember people's names usually try to exploit this sort of thing where you try to get poetry or dramatic images. So the memory books always typically involve somebody, like you meet somebody very spiky hair, and they say, "My name is Mr. Fish." And then you remember, you think of a big fish impaled on their hair. And then whenever you see them, you remember their name. It only really works for names like fish. But the idea is you try to generate vivid imagery. When stuck with a situation where you have to remember 10 letters, turn it into a song where our dirty poem, where each of the letters is the first words of it. When having to remember something that seems totally arbitrary, try to figure out a grand and obscene image that will come to mind easily. And this is how, these are one way to get things into memory. At a deep level though, the way to get things into memory, and this applies to this course no less than anything else, is by understanding it. I'm gonna read you something, and I want you to try your best to remember what I tell you. These are not going to be strings of numbers. This is going to be a series of sentences. A newspaper's better than a magazine. A seashore is a better place than the street. At first it is better to run than to walk. You may have to try several times. It takes some skill, but it's easy to learn. Even young children can enjoy it. Once successful, complications are minimal. Birds seldom get too close. Rain, however, soaks in very fast. Too many people doing the same things can also cause problems. One needs lots of room. If there are no complications, it can be very peaceful. Finally, a rock will serve as an anchor. If things break loose from it, however, you will not have a second chance. And here's what I said. This is murderously hard to remember. Now try it. Knowing what this is about, being able to put a context to it, helps the memory and helps it come to mind. Okay. So this is about how to get memory, how to get information into your memory. How do you get information out? So you know, it's exam period. You got the stuff presumably into your head. You have to get it out. You have to retrieve it. There's a court case. You have to figure out. You have to recount the crime that you witnessed. You see somebody and you want to know his or her name, and you heard it. You just have to get it out. Well, how do you do that? Well, there's retrieval cues. Retrieval cues make sense. Retrieval cues are just things that have been associated with what you're trying to remember. If I have to remember to replace the windows, when I walk into my living room and see that a window's cracked, that will remind me to replace the windows. If I had a lunch date with you and forgot about it, when I see you, oh yeah, we were supposed to get together and have lunch. Retrieval cues bring things back. But it's a little bit more complicated than that. There's a more general relationship between encoding and retrieval called the compatibility principle. And what this means is you're much better to remember something in the context in which you have learned it. And this is also known as context-dependent memory and state-dependent memory. It's illustrated by one of the strangest experiments in the history of psychology, where they had people on a boat, and then they had them scuba dive underwater, and they taught them things either on the boat or underwater, like with things that they held up. And then they tested them later, and it turns out that you'll remember it better if you're tested on it in the context in which you learn it. And it might be because then the retrieval cues help bring it back. But it's more general than that. If you have to remember something you learned in this class, you will do better if you try to think about the room in which you learned it in. You will do better on your final exam if you were to take it in this room than if you were to take it in another room. Because being in this room will bring back the cues. It's not just the environment. People who learn things when they're stoned remember them better, keeping stoned at a sort of a low level that doesn't disrupt other mental activities. Remember them better when they're sort of stoned again. than if they're non-stoned. Similarly, so, if you study while you drink, you should tipple a little bit before coming into the final exam. It's sort of like what happens in Vegas stays in Vegas sort of results. And so similarly, it even applies to moves in that if you learn something when depressed, you have a slightly better recovery of it when you're in that same mood of depression than when you're elated. And the idea is that part of what memory is, part of recovering memory is getting back your original context in which you learned it. Elaborative rehearsal and retrieval involves the connections between different things. Elaborative rehearsal is that the more you think about something, the easier it is to remember. If you have to think about it, if you have to remember something, try to connect it to as many things as possible. Think of an image. Make a joke out of it. Imagine how you would explain it to somebody else. Imagine how what the world would be like if it wasn't so. And the idea is that this sort of thinking about it makes connections in your memory from that thing you have to learn to other memories. And so makes it easier to recover. Elaborative retrieval refers to a finding that when you want to get something back out of memory, people tend to give up too soon. It turns out that there's a lot of stuff that's in your memory, but it needs work to extract. It needs various sort of searching strategies. One study asked people who are considerably older than you to remember their high school classmates. And in the first pass, people were terrible. Maybe they had a couple of friends they kept in touch with, otherwise pretty bad. And this is a good experiment because you could use high school yearbooks to judge whether or not they get it right. But then what you do is you tell the person, look, keep trying. Who was your teacher? What sort of clubs did you belong to? What sort of sports did you participate in? How did you get to school? How did you get from school? What did you do during lunch? what did you do during break? And you keep you know, have any friends whose last name began with B, with C, with D? And you keep pushing and pushing and pushing. And over the span of time, things come back. Again, it's not true that you never forget. There is honest to God forgetting. But sometimes you think you forget, and it's because you haven't looked long enough. There's a real physical notion of searching for the right answer. We talked about retrieval. Oh. Every class I've given, somebody asks, either in class or by email, what about deja vu? And deja vu is a feeling that an event has happened before. So you're looking at me and I'm looking, you said, I've heard this before. I know this before. You see somebody and say, I've been in this situation before. This is not evidence for psychic powers, which many people say it is. But nobody really knows why this exists. We know, and this is a clue, it's worse with frontal lobe damage. You get damage to this part of the brain, you get a lot more deja vu experiences. I asked some experts in memory, including Marcia Johnson, who's chair of our department, what the best explanation for deja vu is. And the answer she gave, said one big theory, goes like this. Deja vu is a feeling that has happened before. The answer is, it has happened before. It's happened half a second ago. And so, what happens is sometimes there's a glitch, a disturbance in the force. I don't know. There's a glitch. And you're talking and then something happens to you and you put it in your memory, but it's as if you don't put the stamp on it of what time and what date. So you're talking to me, and then you store it in memory, but you don't store the memory as happening right now. Then half a second goes by and you're talking to me and says, this is strangely familiar. And that's one theory of what goes on in deja vu. Okay, so far this is sort of good news, remembering, but then there's bad news, forgetting. How many people can remember, without looking down at your notes, at least two of the numbers I gave you earlier? How many people could remember at least 4? Impressive. If I asked you in an hour, the number would go down. These are sort of statistics in a similar experiment. And this graph illustrates that people forget. Over time, you'll forget. Why do you forget? Why is there forgetting at all? Well, there's different explanations for this. One explanation is your brain's a physical thing. It's a physical piece of meat. And it kind of goes bad. Physical things decay. And so the memory traces that are laid onto your brain will just decay over time. A second answer is interference. So remember those numbers? Here's a few more. 114, 81, 66, 42. Well, the more information that comes in that's similar to stuff you're trying to remember, it blocks your recovery of original information. So your ability to remember something can be impaired by learning more things which are related to it because they get confused in memory. Finally, and maybe this is most interesting, there are changes in retrieval cues. So the more time goes by, the more the world changes. And if your memory is to some extent dependent on cues bringing it back to life, then the change in retrieval cues can make it more difficult to recall certain things. This leads to a puzzle where there's considerable scientific debate over the case of childhood amnesia. And the case of childhood amnesia is doesn't refer to when a child gets brain damage, he gets amnesia. What it refers to is people have a difficult time recovering very early memories. I want people to just take a second and try to think back on what your first memory is and roughly how old you were. How many people don't think you have a first memory until you're about 5 years old or older? How many people think you have a first memory of around age 4 or younger? How many people think your first memory of around age 3? Two or younger. How many of you think you have a first memory when you were about 1 year old or younger? And I'm not asking about past lives. That happened last year. How old is roughly your first memory, you think? How old? Between 1 and 2? Anybody think they could beat that? Same guy? Yep. 1. Anybody else? The literature is unclear on this because it's very difficult to test people's recollections of their first memories. If I'm to ask people about their first memories, they'll often say, oh yeah, I remember I was in this room and there was a crib and I can gaga goo goo. And I was on a party. I was walking. I was so cute. I remember it. It's very difficult to tell. And as we'll discuss in some detail, there are a lot of reasons to distrust people when not that they're lying, but to distrust the accuracy of people's memories. We also know from studies about trauma where people have terrible experiences when they're 1 or 2. Typically, this trauma is not remembered later on. People know of trauma because they're told about it. But they don't typically remember with any accuracy. Even children, older children, don't remember that beyond that age. Nobody knows why childhood amnesia occurs. Nobody knows why it's very difficult to recover memories before about the age of 3. One theory is that the retrieval cues change radically. I had a friend of mine who's a clinical psychologist, and he suggested a new form of therapy where they make these giant tables and chairs, and then they bring you into the office and you're standing at these giant tables and chairs, and all these memories of being a baby would come flooding back. And he dropped out of the field. And really, but it's such a cool idea. Some people think language is to blame. So, a child, a baby, starts out with no spoken or sign language. Language comes to be learned at around 1, 2, and 3. And it might be that the learning of a language reformats your memory. And once the memory is reformatted, it can't go back to the previous state prior to language. In the end, it could be neural maturation. It could be that there's memory parts of the brains grow around age 2 or 3 that just weren't there prior to that. And nobody really knows. It's a fascinating research area why about memory changes early on. Another case of memory failure is brain damage. And brain damage comes in a couple of flavors. There is retrograde amnesia. Retro for past. Retrograde amnesia is when you lose some memory of the past. This could be in a case where you get some sort of head trauma and you lose memory of your entire episodic memory. But typically, if you have any sort of serious accident that involves you losing consciousness, you'll have a blackout of some period prior to that, say, blow to the head. And the reason for this is, as you're having these experiences now, they need to kind of get consolidated into your brain. Your brain needs to rewire and catch up to the experiences you're having. A sudden blow to the head will knock you unconscious, and then the memories that have happened immediately prior will not get consolidated, and they'll be lost forever. Another sort of memory is anterior grade amnesia. And this was the case of, this happens in Korsakoff syndrome. It happens to a very famous patient known as HM, who actually lives in Hartford, Connecticut. And it happened to Clive Waring, the film you saw last class. And this sort of amnesia is a sort of amnesia where you lose the ability to form new memories. And so you live in a perpetual present, unable to accumulate new memories. But it's actually a little bit more complicated than that. What happens is, and this was an exciting discovery about these patients that led to some real insights about normal memory. What happens is, and this is the brain damage in these cases, temporal lobe and the hippocampus. Very useful for spatial memory, you'll know. One discovery made about people who couldn't form new memories is that they could form new memories, but of certain types. So for example, this is a task here involving filling in a star while looking into a mirror. And if I asked you to do it, you'd find it pretty difficult. It's just kind of difficult to do. You'd be clumsy at it. You bring in an amnesiac who can't form new memories, and you say, hey, I want you to try something new. I want you to try the star game. Say, okay, I've never seen it before, but I'll do it. Tries it, does very badly. You bring him in over and over again. Each time he does it, he starts off by saying, I've never seen this before. I'm sure I'll give it a try. But he gets better and better at it. And this is known as implicit memory. The claim is that in these sorts of cases, you lose the abilities to form explicit conscious memories that you're aware of, that you understand. But some sorts of memories persist, and you are able to form them. This has actually been illustrated in a couple of dramatic movies. One of them, a very bad dramatic movie, where Drew Barrymore loses the ability to form new memories and somehow falls in love with Adam Sandler. Definitely don't watch that. But a very good movie called Memento, which is about a character who loses his ability to form new memories while trying to track down his wife's killer. Memento is a movie which is fascinating because it's told backwards. But throughout Memento, there's another story told forwards. And I like this story because it very dramatically illustrates what does and what is and is not impaired in cases of severe memory damage. So I'm going to show you a couple of clips that illustrate the dissociation from Memento. Those of you who've seen the movie know that this ends up quite tragically for Sammy. Highly recommend. We've dealt right now with two sorts of failures of memory. One is everyday failure of memory. When you forget. How many of you remember 3 or more of the numbers I originally presented? Yeah? Go ahead. 14, 59, 11. Is that right? Fine. Nice. I'm gonna ask you again in a month. Well, people are supposed to forget. And some things you will forget. That's normal forgetting. A second case is forgetting due to brain damage. Forgetting due to brain damage is exotic and unusual. But it's interesting in that it illustrates some more general themes about how the mind works. Remember, one theme of this course is we're going to look at exotic cases, like the case of Clive Wearing. Not just because they're interesting in their own right, but sometimes by looking at the extremes, we could learn something about how normal people, normal intact minds and brains work. The third case of forgetting is more interesting, and it actually, well, I want to do a little trial here. What I want to do is I want you to listen to 3 children describe an event that happened. I want you to come to your own guess. Imagine you were a judge. You were a child care worker. You wanted to see. I want you to become to your own guess about who you believe and what you think happened. You've heard 3 children. Who do you believe? Who believes there's 3 of them? 1, 2, 3. Who believes the first one? Who believes the second? Who believes the third one? Sort of an even split. 2,300 experts were shown these films and asked about the different actions, whether or not the person ripped the book, messed up the beer, tossed the book in the air, And as you could see, the majority thought that he did. This is work done by Steve Cece, who was gracious enough to lend me the film to use for teaching purposes. It turns out the second girl was right. Absolutely nothing happened. The teacher said, there's somebody named Sam Stone, he's gonna come in. Guy walks in, says, hi, walks around and leaves. The first and third children had their memories implanted. Not through any sort of science fiction means. They had their memories implanted. Well, they had their memories implanted like this. Some of the children were just asked questions. The interviewer, by the way, was herself unaware of what happened. So the interviewer was a perfectly naive interviewer. And it turns out if you just interview children and you ask them questions about whether the book was ripped, did you see him, did he really do it, they don't say anything. They didn't see anything, and they won't say anything. Other children were told about Sam Stone. They were told a stereotype about Sam Stone, that he's very clumsy, and he tends to rip things, and he trips, and he breaks things, and he spills things. And in fact, the third child mentioned that in passing, that he always does that. Just knowing this about Sam Stone tends to raise the proportion of kids who say, for instance, that he ripped the book. Other children were given suggestions. They were given suggestive questioning. They were a series of leading questions. Like, oh, Sam Stone came in. Did he rip a book while he was there? And still more children got both. And in fact, the children you saw were from this group. They heard Sam Stone being described as a clumsy fellow, and they were given a series of suggestive questions. In this condition, they were given several suggestive questions over the period of several months. These children, like the first child and the third child, are not lying. They honestly believe that Sam Stone came and did these things. Also, they believe it and they're so convincing in their belief that experts, including police officers and child caseworkers and judges and lawyers, find these children to be extremely believable. And I think they probably find them to be extremely believable because the children are not lying. They really believe they saw what they saw. But these memories were implanted. And Cece and many other investigators study how memories can be implanted in people's minds through suggestion and through leading questions. It turns out that the same sort of experiment and the same sort of research has been done with considerable success in implanting false memories in adults. There are dramatic cases of people remembering terrible crimes and confessing to them when actually they didn't commit them. And this is not because they are lying. It's not even because they're in some obvious sense deranged or schizophrenic or delusional. Rather, they have persuaded themselves, or more often been persuaded by others, that these things have actually happened. Psychologists have studied in the laboratory how one could do this, how one can implant memories in other people. And some things are sort of standard. Suppose I was to tell you a story about a trip I took to the dentist, or a visit I took to our time when I ate out at a restaurant. And I'm to omit certain details. Like, I omit the fact that I paid the bill in a restaurant. Say, oh, I finished the meal and then I went home. Still, you'll tend to fill in the blanks. You'll tend to fill in the blanks with things you know. So you might remember this later saying, oh yeah, he told me he finished eating, paid the bill, and left. Because paying the bill is what you do in a restaurant. This is benign enough, you fill in the blanks. You also can integrate suppositions made by others. And the clearest case of this is eyewitness testimony. And the best research on this has been done by Elizabeth Loftus, who has done a series of studies, some discussed in the textbook, showing how people's memories can be swayed by leading questions. And it can be extremely subtle. In one experiment, the person was just asked, in the course of a series of questions, shown a scene where there's a car accident, and asked either, did you see a broken headlight? Or did you see the broken headlight? The presupposes there was a broken headlight. And in fact, the people asked, did you see the broken headlight? Later on are more likely to remember one. It creates an image and they fill it in. In another study, she would show film segments and then ask, did you see the children getting on the school bus? Now, there was no school bus, but people who hear that question later on, when asked, did you see a school bus in the film, are more likely to say yes. In another study, she would show people film segments and ask them either, how fast were the cars going when they hit each other? Or how fast were the cars going when they smashed into each other? A week later, she'd bring people back into the laboratory and ask, did you see any broken glass? Those who hear smash tend to see the broken glass more than those who hear hit. Because the question has changed their memory, making it more of a dramatic event. Hypnosis is the clearest case where there's a sort of reconstructive effort led as a result of leading and probing questions. Some of you are readily hypnotizable, and you can be hypnotized. And what we would learn about a past event from hypnotizing you will not necessarily be inaccurate. What hypnotizing does is it makes people very willing to cooperate. Unfortunately, it isn't as if there's a memory storage there where you can just go through and look, as in the movies where you just say, what's the license plate? The person's hypnotized, and then the flashback comes in, and then they zoom in on the license plate. Memory doesn't work that way. What happens is, what somebody will do in a hypnotizable state is they'll be very eager to please the hypnotist, and so they'll make stuff up. And people under hypnosis just make stuff up, and they do very enthusiastically and very believably make stuff up. This is particularly the case with hypnotic regression. When we ask you to go back to your 6th birthday party, for instance, and what's great as a developmental psychologist is, if I ask you to go back to your 4th birthday party, and you're hypnotizable, you'll be just like a 4-year-old, except you won't be like a real 4-year-old. What you'll be like is an adult's notion of what a 4-year-old is supposed to be. In fact, this has happened in the extreme case with hypnotic regression, where people claim to speak languages like from ancient Egypt. And linguists love these studies because you don't really sound like you're speaking a language from ancient Egypt. What you sound is like a North American who believes he's speaking a language from ancient Egypt. So and so what it makes you is, hypnotism brings out the actor in you. It makes you want to give a persuasive account of what happened. And so hypnotism is just an extreme form of what normally happens in eyewitness testimony. Repressed memories. We could devote a class, we could devote a semester to the very heated debate in the United States, mostly, about repressed memories. There are many adults who have claimed to have experienced traumatic sexual abuse. In some cases, this is unexceptional from a memory point of view. People know this happens to them. They've always known it happens to them. And then they tell people about it. But there's a subset of cases where people have had no memory up to a point of what happened to them. Then they go to a psychologist or psychiatrist. They undergo questioning, often using hypnotic techniques, and then they recover a memory of past traumatic sexual abuse. And what makes this so debatable, and there is a debate about this, I don't want to try to preclude it one way or another. What makes this debatable is some psychologists believe that in at least some cases these memories are real and they have been repressed through a Freudian mechanism, that they're too terrible to bring to consciousness, and the therapy brings them out into real life. But most psychologists believe that these memories cannot be trusted, that these memories are created through the actions of the therapist. And so there's actually considerable psychological and legal battles over the veracity of the therapist, where women who have claimed to have be sexually abused, for instance, have pressed criminal charges against their fathers on the basis of false memories. Similarly, people who have been accused of sexual abuse have pressed criminal charges against psychiatrists, claiming that these psychiatrists have implanted the memories into their sons and daughters. It is controversial whether memories are ever repressed. What isn't controversial is that for at least some cases, you can implant false memories in people. Not because you're a sinister or evil person, but because you really believe something happened and you talk to them about it, and then you cause these memories to come into being. A final case is flashbulb memories. I asked this early in the semester, I'll ask it again. How many of you remember where you were on September 11, 2001? Is there anybody who doesn't remember where they were September 11, 2001? It would be interesting. It's a socially relevant event. But here's the problem with these flashbulb memories. Flashbulb memories are the idea that these memories being so vivid, and they are vivid for many of us, exactly where we stood, what happened. Well, they can't really be trusted. And here's why not. Because they're such important events, I bet many of you have actually heard the question before, where were you on September 11th? And talked about it. What happens in these conversations is stories change. I have my event. I knew where I was on September 11th. My wife knew where she was. But I spent as much time listening to her talk about it as I spent time me talking about it. And now maybe my memory is actually of her experience and not mine. It's not, for all of these cases, the temptation you have to resist is saying, yes, I know memories can be swayed, I know they could be distorted and everything, but you see, I really am sure that happened. You have to resist that temptation because there are so many cases we know, including the tape of the girls that we just saw, where people aren't entirely sure things happen, and we know full well that they didn't exist. being sure is no guarantee that a memory isn't false, reconstructed, or even implanted. So this part of memory has three main morals. There are many types of memories. I talked about short-term memory, long-term memory. I talked about implicit memory and explicit memory. These are sort of separable sort of memories. You could break one while having the other one impaired. Arguably, there are brain systems dedicated to memory for faces, memory for everyday objects, memory for spatial locations. The key to remembering is organization and understanding. Introduction to X courses, including Introduction to Psychology courses, are among the hardest courses at Yale. And the reason why is there's just a lot of material that is diverse, and you have to command each aspect separately. The easiest courses at Yale tend to be highfalutin seminars where you kind of have enough of a background that everything is to be clear and understandable. The more you understand something, the easier you'll remember it. And finally, you can't trust some of your memories. Your reading response for this week is you have to use your powers for good and not for evil. So if you manage to succeed at this, I will be very impressed. But you have to describe, based on the lecture materials and the readings, how to implant a false memory. We have a few minutes. Any questions on memory? Yes. Hey, please. Yeah. The example is, what sort of memory is it when you know how to play the piano? And it's a very good question. It is long-term memory, because you might know how to do a concerto or a song, and if you have it stored in your head, you carry it around with you. You'll remember it a year from now, 2 years from now. It is long-term memory, but it is also an excellent example of implicit memory, because you know how to do it, but you could do it unconsciously without attending to it. It's as if, it's not sensory, but it's as if, put it crudely, that your fingers know and not your mind. We have time for one more question. Yes. The question is about photographic memory. There are a lot of claims about photographic memory. My understanding is they do not tend to be substantiated. Sometimes photographic memory, and this came up when we talked about autism a few classes ago, is linked with savant-like skills. People have severe impairments in some ways may have photographic memories in others. I am not convinced that photographic memory, in the sense that you see something, you take a picture of it, you hold it in memory, really exists. I think there may be one or two case studies that suggest it might be real, but I think it's controversial. Okay, we have a guest lecturer on Wednesday. Dean Peter Salovey will talk to us about love.
Damn, it's fancy.
on Monday, I presented an introduction to evolutionary psychology. So looking at psychology from an evolutionary perspective and trying to make a case and give some examples of how it can help illuminate and illustrate certain aspects of how the mind works. One of the advantages of an evolutionary perspective on the mind is that it forces us to look scientifically at what we would otherwise take for granted. There are a lot of aspects of how we are and what we do that seem so natural to us. They come so instinctively and easily. It's difficult and sort of unnatural to step back and explore them scientifically. But if we're going to be scientists and look at the mind from a scientific perspective, we have to get a sort of distance from ourselves and ask questions that other people would not normally think to ask. And the clearest case of this arises with the emotions. And as a starting point, there's a lovely quote from the psychologist and philosopher William James that I want to begin with. So he writes, "To the psychologist alone can such questions occur as, why do we smile when pleased and not scowl? Why are we unable to talk to a crowd as we talk to a single friend? Why does a particular maiden turn our wits upside down? The common man," none of you are the common man, "the common man can only say, of course we smile, of course our heart palpitates at the sight of the crowd, of course we love the maiden. And so probably does each animal feel about the particular things it tends to do in the presence of certain objects. To the lion it is the lioness which is made to be loved. To the bear, the she-bear. To the broody hen, the notion would probably seem monstrous that there should be a creature in the world to whom a nest full of eggs was not the utterly fascinating and precious and never to be too much sat upon object which it is to her." Now, there's a few things to note about this passage. First, it's incredibly sexist. It assumes not just merely in reflexive use of phrases, it assumes that William James assumes he's talking to male humans who sometimes take the perspective of male bears, and so it assumes a male audience. You wouldn't actually ever write this way. A second point is it's beautifully written. And you're not also not allowed to write that way anymore either. It's poetic and lyrical, and if William James characteristically writes that way, I think he writes much better than his brother Henry James, an obscure novelist. Finally, though, the point that he makes is a terrific one, which is, yes, all of these things seem natural to us, but the reason why they seem natural is not because they are in some sense necessary or logical truths. Rather, they emerge from contingent aspects of our biological nature. And so we need to step back. We need to step back and ask questions like, and these are questions we're going to ask, why does poop smell bad? Avoid the temptation to say, well, poop smells bad because it's so stinky. The stinkiness of poop is not an irreducible fact about the universe. Rather, the stinkiness of poop is a fact about human psychology. To a dung beetle, poop smells just fine. Why does chocolate taste good? Well, chocolate, the good tastiness of chocolate isn't some necessary fact about the world. It's a fact about our minds that doesn't hold true for many other creatures. And so we have to step back and ask, why to us do we find chocolate appealing? Why do we love our children? Don't say they're lovable. Many of them are not. And as William James points out, every animal, most animals, many animals, love their children. They think their children are precious and wonderful. Why? Why do we get angry when people hit us? Suppose somebody walked up to you and slapped you in the face. You'd be afraid. You'd be angry. Would you get sleepy? Feel nostalgic? Suddenly desire some cold soup? No, those are stupid alternatives. Of course, if somebody slapped us, we would get angry or afraid. Why? Why do we feel good when someone does us a favor? Why don't we feel angry? Why don't we feel fearful? What we're gonna do throughout this course is step back and ask these questions. I'm going to ask questions nobody would have otherwise thought to ask, where the common man wouldn't address. And this is, of course, standard in all sciences. The first step to insight is to ask questions like, why do things fall down and not up? And I imagine the first person who articulated the question aloud probably met the response saying, what a stupid question. Of course things fall down. Oh yes, of course things fall down. But why? Why is our flesh warm? Why does water turn solid when it gets cold? These are natural facts about the universe, but the naturalness needs to be explained and not merely assumed. In this class, we're going to explore throughout the course what seems natural to us and try to make sense of it. And to that end, we have to ask questions that you wouldn't normally ask. We've already done this to some extent with domains such as visual perception, memory, language, and rationality. But now we're going to move to the case where it's maybe even somewhat more difficult to do this. Now we're going to start dealing with the emotions. We're going to talk about the emotions, why they exist, what they're there for, and how they work. I want to start off with the wrong theory of the emotions. And the wrong theory of the emotions is beautifully illustrated in the television and movie series Star Trek. In this alternative fantasy world, there are characters, Mr. Spock in the original Star Trek, Data in one of the spin-offs, who are described as competent, capable, in fact, many ways, super competent and super capable people. But they're described as not having emotions. Spock is described as not having emotions because he's half Vulcan from a planet where they lack emotions. Data is an android who is said to lack an emotion chip. This lack of emotions on a TV series does not hurt them much. They're able to fully function. And in fact, in a TV series, emotions are often seen as a detriment. You do better off without them. And there are many people in sort of common sense might think, gee, if only I could just use my rationality, think reasonably and rationally, and not let my emotions guide my behavior, I'd be much better off. It turns out that this is a notion of how to think about the emotions that is deeply wrong, and in fact makes no sense at all. Using the example of Star Trek, Steven Pinker, in his book How the Mind Works, nicely illustrates the problem here. He writes, Spock must have been driven by some motives or goals. Something must have led him to explore strange new worlds, to seek out new civilizations, and to boldly go where no man had gone before. Presumably it was intellectual curiosity that set him to drive and solve problems. It was solidarity with his allies that led him to be such a competent and brave officer. What would he have done if attacked by a predator or an invading Klingon? Did he do a handstand? Solve the four-color map theorem? Presumably a part of his brain quickly mobilized his faculties to scope out how to flee and how to take steps to avoid the vulnerable predicament in the future. That is, he had fear. Spock did not walk around naked around the ship. Presumably, he felt modesty. He got out of bed. Presumably, he had some ambitions and drive. He engaged in conversations. Presumably, he had some sociable interests. Without emotions to drive us, we would do nothing at all. And you could illustrate this scientifically. Creatures like Spock and Data don't exist in the real world. But there are unusual and unfortunate cases where people lose to some extent or another their emotions. And you could look at these people and see what happens to them. The classic case, the most famous case, is that of a man called Phineas Gage. Phineas Gage is the classic intro-psych example. Extremely poor guy, poor schnook. In 1848, he was a construction foreman. In 1848, he was working at a site with explosives and iron rods. And due to an explosion, an iron rod passed through his head like so. Imagine that rod shooting upwards. It went under his eye and popped out the top of his head. It landed about 100 feet away, covered with blood and brains. The rod itself weighed 13 pounds. Amazingly, Gage was not killed. In fact, he was knocked unconscious only for a short period, and then he got up. And his friends surrounded him and asked, "Are you okay?" And then they took him to the hospital. On the way to the hospital, they stopped by a tavern. And he had a little pint of cider. Drink, sat down, talked to people. And then he had an infection, had to have surgery. But when it was all said and done, he wasn't blind, he wasn't deaf, didn't lose language, didn't become aphasic, no paralysis, no retardation. In some sense, what happened was much worse. He lost his character. Here's a description at the time of what Gage was like. And this is from Damasio's excellent book, Descartes' Error. He used to be a really responsible guy, a family man. Very reliable, very trustworthy. But after the accident, he was fitful, irreverent, indulging at times in the grossest profanity, manifesting but little deference for his fellows, impatient of restraint or advice, a child in his intellectual capacities and manifestations. He had the animal pleasures of a strong man. His foul language is so debased that women are advised not to stay long in his presence. And he couldn't hold a job. He lost his family, couldn't hold a job. He ended up in the circus. He was in the circus going around the country with his big iron rod, telling everybody the story as they surrounded and clapped. There are other cases like Phineas Gage, cases where people have had damage to that same part of the brain, parts of the frontal cortex. And what they've lost is they basically lost a good part of their emotions. What this means is they don't really care that much about things. They can't prioritize. Damasio tells a case of one of his patients who was under the pseudonym here of Elliot. And Elliot had a tumor in his frontal lobe, and the tumor had to be removed, and with it came a lot of Elliot's frontal lobe. And again, as a result of this, Elliot was not struck blind or deaf or retarded. And he didn't become the sort of profane character that Phineas Gage became. But he lost the ability to prioritize. He lost the ability to set goals. Damasio describes him here at his job, at an activity, he would read and fully understand the significance of the material. He works in an office. But the problem was he was likely all of a sudden to turn from the task he had initiated to doing something else and spending an entire day doing that. He might spend an entire afternoon deliberating on which principle of categorization he should apply to files. Should it be the date or the size of the document, pertinence to the case, or another? He couldn't set his goals. He ended up not being able to keep a job, not being able to deal with people. And these are not men who have lost their emotions. There is no case around where you could have your emotions entirely blotted out. But they lost a large part of their emotional capacity. And as a result, their rationality failed. Emotions set goals and establish priorities. And without them, you wouldn't do anything. You couldn't do anything. Your desire to come to class, to study, to go out with friends, to read a book, to raise a family, to do anything, are priorities set by your emotions. Life would be impossible without those emotions. And so there's certain themes we're going to explore here. The first is this, that emotions are basically mechanisms that set goals and priorities. And we're going to talk a lot about, in this class and next class, about universals. We're also going to talk about culture. It turns out that cultures, different cultures, including differences between America and Japan, and the American South and the American North, have somewhat different emotional triggers and emotional baselines to respond to. But at the same time, as Darwin well knew, emotions have universal roots. that are shared across all humans and across many animals. So the agenda for this class and next class is gonna go like this. First, I want to talk a little bit about facial expressions, which are ways in which we communicate our emotions. Not the only way, but an important way. And look in particular at the case of smiling, because it's kind of interesting. Then I want to look at one case study of a non-social emotion, that of fear. I want to then deal with feelings towards our kin, people we're genetically related to. And then, and this will take us to the next class, feelings towards non-kin. So first, faces. And as an introduction to faces, I have a brief film clip from Paul Ekman, who is one of the world's great scholars in the study of facial expressions. In Ekman's work, he presents us with instructions on how to make different faces and identify faces. Ekman actually has a sort of more practical career along with his scientific career. He trains police and Secret Service members to try to figure out cues to honesty and dishonesty. There's a very interesting New Yorker profile on him by Malcolm Gladwell a few years ago. Some of you may be interested in. But let's do one of his faces. Please lower your brows and draw them together. That means even those who aren't making eye contact with me now. Tense your lower and upper eyelids. Don't pop out contact lenses, but just tense them. Stare. Your eyes can bulge somewhat. Okay, now last part is important. Press your lips to get the corners straighter down. Good. It's good, you got it. Okay. Because you're not making eye contact with me doesn't mean I can't see you. Okay. Well, what you're looking like, presumably, is this. And what face is that? What emotion does that correspond to? Anger. There's all sorts of databases of different faces from around. This guy, I don't know who he is, but he seems to be on a lot of these things. But But the thing is, you don't need to rely on him. You don't need to rely on Western faces. Even if you go online, there's by now a lot of databases from faces from all sorts of genders and national origins. This is from a Japanese women facial expressions. And there's some subtle and very interesting differences across countries and across people. But there's also deep universals. You don't have to work very hard to figure out what these different facial expressions mean. I want to give one more face example because I want to focus on this a little bit. This one's a little bit easier. Raise the corners of your lips back and up, please. Raise your cheeks. Raise your lower eyelid, if you can. You're smiling. You're smiling. You can stop. Smiling. Yale is actually really big on smiling. We have two of the world's experts on smiling. This is Angus Trumbull, the curator at the British Art Gallery, who wrote this wonderful book, A Brief History of the Smile, looking at the smile in art. This is my colleague Marianne LaFrance, who's actually not smiling in that picture, but she studies smiling, and smiling in adults, smiling in children, smiling across cultures, and the different social uses of smiling. And there's some interesting discoveries people have made about smiles and about smiles and emotions. One is that smiles are universal. We know, for instance, that young children smile. This is my son Zachary when he was younger. Not that weird looking kid next to him. Thank God. Even blind children blind from birth, will smile. They'll smile appropriately, making an important point. This smiling is not learned by looking at other people's faces. Smiling is also not uniquely human. Non-human primates smile as well. Smiles are social signals. You might imagine that people smile when they're happy. This is actually not the case. It's not as simple as that. Rather, people smile when they wish to communicate happiness. And we know that from several studies. There's some studies of bowlers. And the studies are very nice. What they do is they film bowlers. So the bowlers do their bowling, and sometimes they knock down all the pins, which is called a what? A strike. So a strike. And that's good in the bowling world. So they knock down all the pins, but what they don't do is they don't smile after you knock down the pins. They're being filmed, they don't smile. Then they turn around to their friends and give a big grin. Other studies have looked at films of people who have just won Olympic gold medals. Now, not surprisingly, people who won Olympic gold medals are very happy. This is good news to win an Olympic gold medal. But they don't actually stand on the podium like grinning. Rather, they stand there, put their faces in normal expression. Then when they stand up and face the crowds, there's a big smile. You can ask yourself whether during sex, an activity where many people enjoy, whether or not people smile during sex. And you can discover this yourself with a partner or a mirror. So there are other things we know about smiles. There are different types of smiles. There are actually quite a few different types of smiles that are different in interesting ways. This is Paul Ekman again. Which one's a better smile? Who votes for the one on the right? Who votes for one on the left? There's two different sorts of smiles. The one on the right is a smile of greeting. It's sometimes known as a Pan Am smile. Pan Am is a now defunct airline, which had, at that time, they don't call them stewardesses anymore, but the stewardesses would come in and they would smile. That was part of their job.
Damn,
But it was a big, fake smile. The Pan Am smile. A smile to communicate, hello, but it's as opposed to a smile where the communication is that of genuine happiness. The difference is around the eyes. It's not the mouth, it's the eyes. A real happiness smile, what's known as a Duchenne smile, after a neurophysiologist who studied it, involves moving the eyes. What's interesting is about only 1 out of every 10 people can fake a Duchenne smile. So if you smile at somebody and you just hate their guts, but you want to smile at them, it's, unless you're quite gifted, it's difficult to fake a really good, really happy smile. It's not difficult to study smiles in the real world. You could look at politicians, for instance. Politicians are often in contexts where they have to smile a lot. And what they do is they simply give the Pan Am smile. The mouth moves up, particularly if somebody's, attacking their record or ridiculing them, and they'll smile. But it's not a sincere smile. The eyes don't move. My favorite example of this was a few years ago when there was a huge battle for the House Majority Leader. And a guy named, a Republican named John Bonner won this position in quite a heated battle. And they took a picture of the guy. This is not very nice. They took a picture of the guy, Roy Blunt, as he stepped out and he had lost. And this was his expression. And, he's not really very happy, as opposed to a smile like this, which is a real smile. So you have two sorts of smiles, a real happiness smile and a Duchenne smile, also known as the Duchenne smile. And then a Pan Am smile, or at different points in your day and in your life. It turns out that these different smiles have real psychological validity. They seem to sort of reflect deep differences in your mood and emotions and thoughts. 10-month-olds, for instance, give different sorts of smiles. When their mother approaches, there they give a real happiness smile. Then when a stranger approaches or someone else approaches, there they'll tend to give more of a greeting smile. John Gottman studied married couples, and John Gottman does a lot of work where what he does is he looks at film clips of couples, and by analyzing to predict, will their marriages survive? And one of his cues, there's different cues, incidentally, sort of side topic, the death knell for a marriage, for Gottman, this is his big finding. It's not if they fight a lot. It's not if they scream at each other. It's not even if they hate each other. The death knell of a marriage is contempt. And so if he shows these clips, you know, I walk in, honey, I'm home, and my spouse goes, the look of contempt. It's a bad sign. But another clue is the sort of smiles they give when they see each other, when they walk into the lab. If it's a true happiness smile, that's actually bodes better for the relationship than a Pan Am or greeting smile. Finally, studies have been done at college yearbook photos, looking at people 30 years later. And it turns out that there's a correlation, a reliable relationship between how happy somebody is now and back 30 years ago in their yearbook photo, what sort of smile they're giving. There's some evidence for a third sort of smile. This is known as a coy smile or an appeasement smile. This is sort of a very specialized sort of smile. This is a smile of embarrassment or stress. You give it when you want people to like you, you want to join in, you want to make people feel positive about you, but you're in sort of a high stress situation, often with some sort of risk. And what you do is you turn away. There's no eye contact. You turn away and kind of give this. And this actually shows up in other primates. Here's a nice picture. So the rhesus monkey bites her own infant, and the infant gives a scream, and then the submissive coy smile. And it also shows up in human infants. Here's a nice clip of a coy baby smile. I'll walk you through it. The baby is being approached. Goes like this, goes like this, and then the version. Yeah, babies are cute. Any questions at this point about smiling? What are your smiling questions? Yeah. It's a good question. I don't know. There's evidence that the coy smile shows up in the question was, do non-human primates give the same smiles that humans do, such as the distinction between the Pan Am smile, a greeting smile, versus a genuine smile of happiness? I don't know. I'll find out for you for next class, though. That's a good question. Yeah.
Some people's smiles are better than other people's smiles.
How come some people's smiles are better than other people's smiles? You know, the non-interesting psychological answer. Some people are better looking and there's more thing. But the deeper answer is some people are better able to smile. Some people are better able to use the cues to express true happiness. There's something else about smiles which is gonna come up, which your question raises, I think, which is gonna come up when we talk about emotional contagion and actually some issues of morality. Smiles are extremely contagious. So what I'd like people to do, if you're sitting next to somebody, please turn around and find someone next to you and look at them. Don't do anything, just look at them. Just look at them. Whoever's being looked at, look back. This is not, please arbitrarily decide, okay, please arbitrarily decide on the smiler. That will be, no, not at me, at each other. And that will be the person, if you are unable to resolve this dispute, yes, you too, please. If you are unable to resolve this dispute, the person to the right of me will be the smiler. So look at each other expressionless. Now, the person who's the mandated smiler, on 3, please smile. 1, 2, 3. Okay. Worst class demo ever. But if one could imagine more restrained circumstances, it is actually extremely difficult to be facing somebody who's really smiling at you and not smile. This is true, by the way, for virtually every other emotion. The phenomena is known as emotional contagion, where if you're facing somebody, for instance, and they look at you in a face of absolute rage, it is very difficult to just sit there without your own face molding in accord to their own. And the reasons why this happens and how that works is something we'll talk about later on. So that's one more question. Yes. I don't know if that's so. The question is there a difference in smiling like with their teeth versus just your lips closed? There probably is. That's not a main smile difference, but my bet is that there probably is a difference. And my bet also is that that sort of distinction, how much teeth you show when you smile, is the sort of thing that will show regional and country by country differences. For instance, there's been research finding that people in England smile different from people in the United States. And I think that those are the sort of contrasts that you would expect to find cross-cultural differences. Every culture is going to have Pan Am smiles, happiness smiles, coy smiles. But the variation of that sort is something which will vary as a result of how you're raised and the people around you.
Damn, expensive.
I want to deal with a few emotions in this class and next. And the first case study of an emotion I want to deal with is the emotion of fear. And I want to deal with fear for different reasons. One reason is it's a basic emotion. It's universal. All humans have it. many non-humans, probably most non-human species have it too. And it also brings us back to the lecture on behaviorism, where we talked about classical conditioning and different theories of what people are afraid of. It's a non-social emotion. What I mean by this is, it's possible, of course, to be afraid of a person. But unlike an emotion like gratitude, it's not intrinsically social. You could be afraid of falling off a cliff or something. It has a distinctive facial expression again. This is a famous picture of Lee Harvey Oswald, who's being assassinated by Jack Ruby. And this is the detective's face standing there, a mixture of fear and anger, the face being drawn back in a universal expression that every human everywhere would be able to recognize. So the basic question to ask is, what are we afraid of? And the answer is a little bit interesting. We're afraid of spiders, snakes, heights, storms, large animals, darkness, blood, strangers, humiliation, deep water, and leaving home alone. I mean, you're afraid of other things too. But those are big things to be afraid of. I'm not even going to ask you, there's somebody who in this room who's not afraid of any of those things. You're a tougher person than I am. I mean, these are universal fear elicitors. Why? What do they have in common? Why would you be afraid of those things? And the answer is, and why are there so few people afraid of guns, cars, and electrical outlets? The answer is not particularly surprising. These are things that, it's ticking over there. These are things that are scary in our ancestral environment. More particularly, these are things that through the course of human evolution have been dangerous to us. And so we're afraid of these things and not so afraid of these things. Similarly, for non-human primates. So chimpanzees are afraid of certain things, and they could often develop phobias for certain things. But the phobias they develop, the fears they develop, are things like spiders and snakes. There was a nice study done in urban Chicago, in the inner city of Chicago. And they asked children raised in the inner city, what are you most afraid of? And you might think they would say, I'm afraid of being shot. I'm afraid of guns. I'm afraid of being killed by somebody, or being harmed by somebody. I'm afraid of being run over by a car. The two biggest fears of children in urban Chicago are bats, snakes, and spiders. Even though many of these children have probably never seen a snake outside of a zoo in their lives, these are natural fears. There's some research done by the psychologist Judy Deloach at University of Virginia, where she's studying babies' fears of spiders and snakes. Babies, obviously, who, since their parents are normal, have not yet seen spiders and snakes. There are various ethical reasons why you can't show babies. You can't try to construct phobias in babies of spiders and snakes. But the research she's finding using more indirect methods finds, as one would expect, these are what psychologists would call prepotent stimuli. That is, these are things that naturally elicit fear and concern. And that's all I have to say about fear. I want to turn for the rest of this lecture and for next lecture next week to the social emotions. And the social emotions can be broken down into two categories. Bless you, bless you. Those emotions you feel towards your kin, towards your genetic relatives, and those emotions that you feel towards the people you're not related to but interact with. And I want to focus particularly on emotions that generate kind or altruistic behavior. Altruism is the biologist's term meaning kindness, generosity. And evolutionary biologists have worked really hard to explain why animals might evolve to be kind. A very old, very wrong view of evolution is that evolution has shaped animals such that they're merely survival machines. If so, then from an evolutionary standpoint, any kindness towards an animal that an animal shows towards another animal is a mystery. If evolution wired us up simply to survive, then it's a puzzle why animals would relate positively to other animals. But of course that's not true. Here's a simple example showing it's not true. Imagine two genes, two sorts of animals, each containing their own gene. Gene A makes an animal care for its offspring. Gene B makes an animal care only for itself. Imagine what will happen in the next generation. Plainly, Gene A will win out. It's a very simple case. An animal who has evolved a brain that says, take care of your offspring, will do much better from a natural selection point of view from an animal who has evolved a brain that says, eat your offspring. The animal that eats its offspring, those genes are a biological dead end. What matters then is not survival per se. What matters is reproduction. And so that simple fact is why we would expect animals to care for their children. Because children are the means through which genes replicate. But it gets a little bit richer than that. And this is one of the major revolutions in evolutionary biology over the last half century. Forget about the animal a bit and take another perspective. Take a perspective of the cold virus. People have been sneezing in the front row. Now you're coughing, thank you. Why do you sneeze when you get a cold? There's not a point made. Here's not a bad answer. You sneeze because you got all these germs inside you and your body wants to get the germs out, so you sneeze. It's not bad, it's totally wrong, but it's not bad. The real answer is a little bit more interesting. Don't look at it from the person's perspective. If you have a cold, try to get away from your own selfish perspective. I have a cold. Look at it from the perspective of the cold virus. The cold virus has evolved just as much as you evolved. And it's evolved due to survival and reproduction. What the cold virus does is it's evolved different strategies to cause it to reproduce. And what it does is, one way to reproduce is to occupy other animals and manipulate their bodies so as to expel it. From this point of view, then, the reason why you sneeze when you have a cold is that your the cold virus is using your body as a tool to replicate itself. From this perspective, a person is just a germ's way of making other germs. And there's tons of other examples of this. There's a parasite known as toxoplasmosis that lives in the bodies of rats. But it gets passed on when the rats get eaten by cats. And then it ends up in the cat's feces, and then it ends up back in rats. If you are a rat and you have toxoplasmosis, you are perfectly healthy, except for one thing. The toxoplasmosis rewires your brain, and it makes you less afraid of cats. Now, again, this is not some sort of bizarre quirk of a humorous God. Rather, it's because this is the adaptive strategy of the toxoplasmosis virus. In fact, a real powerful virus would skip the respiratory system altogether, even better than a cold virus. What it would do is it would take over the brain, and it will make people want to run around and have sex with other people and kiss them on the mouth. And in fact, there's some evidence that this happens. There's some evidence, for instance, that one of the effects of sexually transmitted diseases like syphilis is it arouses the libido, makes people more sexually engaged, because this is part of the strategy through which these viruses replicate themselves. Imagine a virus, for instance, that captured an animal's brain and then modified the animal's brain such that the animal will run out and bite other animals so as to pass on the virus. And then, of course, you would call that virus rabies. Along these lines, the evolutionary biologist Richard Dawkins took the general step of suggesting that animals are the vehicles through which genes exploit to reproduce. From this perspective, an animal is just the person's, is just the gene's way of creating another animal. Well, as psychologists, what benefit does this way of analysis gives us? It actually can help us explain altruism. So, which genes are going to survive? Well, the genes that survive are going to be the ones that make the most copies of themselves. Animals are vehicles through which genes reproduce. An animal is merely the gene's way of making another gene. Hence, selfish genes will lead to altruistic animals, because to the extent that evolution operates at the level of the genes, there's no hard and fast distinction between your own body and someone else's body. And here's an illustration by the biologist Haldane. So Haldane was once asked, would you lay down your life for your brother? And he responded, no, but I would gladly give my life for 3 brothers or 5 nephews or 9 first cousins. Now, he's joking. You don't actually do the math if you're normal. But what he's capturing is the logic, the ultimate causation of our feelings towards our kin. Our genes have wired us up, our brains up, to love our children and love our kin. Because in this way, our genes manage to replicate themselves. And in fact, you get his calculations by looking at genetic relatedness. The genetic relatedness, from an evolutionary standpoint, affects how much you care for other people. From the standpoint of your genes, you dying for the life of 3 brothers is an excellent compromise, because the genes replicate by 50% more. If you imagined, so here's his calculations, if you imagined a choice between there's one gene that makes the animal choose to die and the other gene that makes an animal choose for its brothers to die, the gene that sacrifices the body it belongs to will make more copies in the future. And there's an interesting irony to this. The selfish gene theory is often seen as sort of a cold-blooded evolutionary analysis, but it provides a scientific basis for real, genuine altruism, for really arguing that from the standpoint of the genes, there really is no hard and fast difference between yourself and another person. From this perspective, we can start to answer some interesting questions, at least about non-humans. When a new male lion takes over a pride, what he does is kill all the remaining cubs. And any lionesses undergo spontaneous abortions. This all might seem very cruel, but from a genetic standpoint, it makes sense. The other cubs are genetic competition for him. They do not have his genes. Moreover, only once they're out of the way can he reproduce and copulate with the females. The females do their spontaneous abortions because that's a reliable adaptive trick. These cubs are not going to survive once they're born, so the female's best strategy is to get rid of them and start anew. From a psychological point then, animals have evolved to be nice to their kin, particularly their children, and particularly in birds and mammals. Birds and mammals invest in quality and not quantity, as opposed to fish and reptiles. For birds and mammals, we don't have many kids. So we devote a huge amount of psychological energy to protecting the ones that we have. Moreover, the kids we have are vulnerable for long periods of time and require our resources. So there's various psychological mechanisms that this gives rise to. One is how parents, or how adults in general, respond to children. Another one is how children respond to parents. And I'll briefly talk about a few of these phenomena. Small animals make distress calls. They chirp, they mew, they bleat, or they cry. The governing of a distress call is actually an extremely delicate high wire act for any young organism. From an evolutionary point of view, it has to, on the one hand, be annoying enough to actually generate help, to get people to help you, to feed you, to pick you up, to take you and put them next to you. On the other hand, it can't be so annoying that the people around you kill you. And so it's complicated. But from your point of view, you're wired up to respond to them. That sound is, at very minimum, extremely annoying. And it's more annoying, it's not annoying because of its volume or pitch. It's annoying because your brains are wired up so that that baby cry is going to drive you up the wall. On the more positive side, babies are cute. I got this from Google Images, typing in cute baby. Getting rid of the porn and coming onto that. No, Playboy. Anyway, is that. And do not be tempted to say, isn't it wonderful that the way nature works is that babies are cute? Otherwise, we would have killed them. That's not the right story. If babies are not, human babies are not sort of metaphysically cute. If Martians came down, they wouldn't say, oh, cute baby. Rather, they're cute because of how our brains are wired up. They're cute because there's certain cues that correspond to the way our brains work. And in fact, this owls out for all mammals. So babies have these big protruding foreheads, an upturned little nose, chubby cheeks, and big eyes. Those are the ingredients for cute. Stephen Jay Gould has a wonderful essay where he discussed this, looking at the evolution of Mickey Mouse from Walt Disney character. Mickey Mouse starts off as an ugly little rodent. Over time, he gets cuter and cuter and cuter as the artists converge on more and more baby-like features. Studies of adults show what's known as a baby face bias. This is not unique to the United States. The same studies have been done in Asia. You find a baby face in an adult, Leonardo DiCaprio, to be particularly naive, helpless, kind, and warm. And in mock trials, people with baby faces are more likely to be found innocent than people like Ben Affleck, who do not have baby faces. Now, one question which is going to come up for an entire lecture later on is, who is sexier? the baby-faced man or testosterone man here. And I'm going to ask actually for a vote, because we're going to return to this. I only want the men to vote, please. Who would go for, and forget about he looks looking unhappy. Who would go for Ben Affleck here? Okay. Who would go for Leonardo? Okay. Well, the women votes would actually be more complicated. We will discuss when we get to lecture on sex. Your choice will depend on where you are in the menstrual cycle. Now, so far, we're talking about how babies respond to, we're talking about our responses to babies. What about babies' responses to us? Well, there's a very old theory known as the cupboard theory, proposed by the behaviorist B.F. Skinner, which argues that babies' attachment to their parent baby is driven towards the adult. Theory is that of Bowlby, which is that they're drawn to their mother for comfort and social interaction, as well as fear of strangers. To test this, the psychologist Harlow performed a series of ingenious experiments with non-human primates, distinguishing between what he called wire mothers and cloth mothers. And you'll see illustrations of this to follow. Wire mothers are mothers that are built that they give food. They have a little nipple attached and you can drink from it and give food to the baby. And that's the baby's source of food. Cloth mothers don't give any food, but they give warmth and comfort. There was a while in the psychology department where one professor was known to be extremely supportive to his students, but didn't really provide much warmth, and he was known as the cloth mother. And another one was very productive and everything, but provide no love, and she was known as the wire mother. But anyway, I'll show you the movies. I have to warn you, this third and final movie is an example of why this research is not currently done. But it illustrates an important scientific point. They're just more Google images. I think I want to begin next class by wrapping up and explaining the Harlow studies in more detail and what they tell us, and then we'll move towards altruism, towards non-kin. I'll see you next week. Most of what we do these days, our methods, our theories, our ideas, are shaped to some extent by Piaget's influence. And so what I want to do is begin this class that's going to talk about cognitive development by talking about his ideas. His idea was that children are active thinkers, figure out the world. He had a very dramatic and ambitious. He started off. It was a discipline he described as genetic epistemology.